Hmm. Alright, did I? Oh, I didn't do, whatever. Can't I teleport there? Why can't you go to the map of it? So weird. The hell was that? Okay. Let's continue. Lord Heian has requested that Master Alphino and Mistress Alcide also be present at the negotiation. There you are, Glide. So, first things first. What do you think of the Enclave? I must say, I'm quite proud of what my countrymen have accomplished in the time. We even have an Aetherites now, courtesy of the Onishishu. Be sure you attune to it, would you? Once it has the Warrior Light's seal of approval, people might actually start using the thing. But on the matter of Tan, the ambassador, his retinue are at my hall, taking their ease ahead of the negotiations. I want you there when the talking starts. It will serve to send a message to the Empire that Eorzea and Doma stands united. Not normally one for hollow posturing, but in this game of nations, its gestures carry weight. Oh, and should you feel uneasy about speaking for the Scions, Alphino and Alice will also be there. You need only eat, drink, and look imposing. Say he'll come. Oh, very well. It promises to be a dull affair, to be sure, but you have survived far worse. You are ready. Come and join me at my humble abode, the Kainka. The guardsmen will see you. Precious reclamation. Here we go. Oh, Glide, it is a rare honor indeed to receive heroes such as you. Pray allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kozakuru Ura, manages the accounts of the Jazenkai. Oh, but you must be unfamiliar with our organization. Forgive me. At present, we are largely concerned with facilitating reconstruction and revitalization of the Enclave. Needless to say, we have our work cut out for us. It's quite fortuitous. Actually, you being here, I had in mind to petition your assistance. Whoa. Ah, right, you are. It's rather difficult to converse while staring at one's feet. You would doubtless benefit from an explanation. As you may know, the Enclave was once the economic and cultural center of Doma. Alas, it suffered terrible devastation at the hands of the Empire both during and following the failed rebellion of yesteryear. That it and the other ruins might stand as a testament to the folly of resistance, extensive reconstruction was forbidden by the Imperial Viceroy. Of course, that is no longer a concern. At long last, we are free to rebuild the enclave, to restore the heart of our once great nation and show the world that Doma lives on. But as I said before, we have our work cut out for us. We have limited funds and materials resources, not to mention lack of skilled craftsmen. Which brings me back to the matter I wished to discuss with you, that of our brothers and sisters in Eorzea, the refugees that settled in Revenant's Toll. I'm given to understand that they have worked closely with the local leaders to build and maintain much of the settlement. Many new trades before they left, and those that did not doubtless learned and may earn their keep. If they were to return home and aid us in the reconstruction effort, it would be a tremendous boon. Would you be willing to speak with them on our behalf? Oi! Glide, taking an interest in the Shazenkai. Well, this seems as good a time as any to discuss the matter. I am grateful beyond measure to you, the signs of the Seven Dawn, welcoming you Giri and my people in their hour of need. As the beneficiaries of this kind, they have made every effort to pay you and the people of Revenant's Toll. Nevertheless, we hear their responsibility as well. Kozakura, if you would be so kind. Yes, my lord. We will send them a considerable gift as a gesture of gratitude and goodwill. However, I would like that missive to be delivered to the Adventurers Guild, the representative in advance. If you were to personally hand it to the man, it would be honored. Excellent. I knew I could count on you, my friend. Pardon my interruption, Kozukura. I look forward to seeing your progress. Oh dear, I hope we don't disappoint him. Anyway, I'll not keep you. Thank you again for the assistance and safe travels. Revenant's Toll. More dome. What's that business concerning the domes? I see. Lord Kian really needn't have gone to such trouble, but I know all too well how much our Far Eastern friends worry themselves over Dick Girl. As the matter of the refugees' repatriation. I'll not lie, we've come to view them as come to his family and will be sorry not to see you. Go. Many of our other fellow frontier hands especially. Let us do one by Yuban. I shall appeal to the Eorzea comrades and invite them to accompany the Domans on their journey. They too might aid construction of the enclave. I expect many will jump at the opportunity. Costly thing to send so many people to Missouri. Thanks to Lord Heen's generosity, we seem to have found ourselves hard to imagine the toll without the Doman refugees. They helped us make it what it is today. What am I saying? This is a happy occasion. Go and tell who's in the news. I'm sure it'll be overjoyed. Hold on. As they didn't changing their There's probably so much I was missing for not coming back here. What? I feel like I missed so much. Man. Cat Jam. A gear. Oh, Glide, what a pleasant surprise. Whatever business brings you here, I pray it will keep you a while. You make yourself comfortable. Homer. Oh, very good to see you, my friend. Though not at all expected. You look as though you have something important to say. Time to head out. I know not what to say. Return to Doma, as the day truly come at last. Wait here while I summon the others. Turns them on. My word, and they are already making arrangements for our return. Yosh. Why the long face, Agiri? This is a cause for celebration. It is as like all used to you. I have dreamed of this day since the moment we left Yangsha. Now that it has arrived, I cannot help but think of those to whom we owe so much, last one especially. Indeed. Even if it were possible to leave this very moment, I could not until I thanked the people here for everything they have done for us. I remember when we first arrived in this land and learned of its troubles. Though disappointed I am, why no one would grant us shelter. Who were we? Why risk so much for strangers? This place and these people were different. When all the lilies turned us away, Revenant's Toll welcomed us with open arms. I love Doma and Lord Hien with all my heart and want nothing more than to return and help rebuild, but I implore you, Ozan, we must first do our utmost to repay their boundless kindness. Never did I intend for us to disappear into the night like thieves and vagabonds. Everything you have said is true, right and true. All labors we have undertaken will be seen to a measure of completion. That much goes without saying, I am sure. Speak with Lastborn and ensure that we have enough days to prepare for our journey. In the meantime, I would encourage you all to prepare gifts and so forth. Very good, very good. It would not do to leave without saying proper farewells, else we would labor under a cloud of regret. At my age, one appreciates every opportunity to put their affairs in order. After all, I may not weather the journey home, much less another one to Eorzea. Given your constitution, I should not be surprised if you bury us all. If you have no pressing obligations, I impose on you to assist us with our preparations. This is all quite sudden. Many of our people may require a second opinion on a farewell gift, something else. All I ask is that you make yourself available for any such consultations. Be alright. Yosh. Thank you, my friend. We will look for you near the northern gate. Quickly now, everyone. Let us not keep Glide waiting. Assisting the dumber with final will take several minutes. Oh, this thing again? What? Oh man. No. So kind of you to spare the time to help us with something so trivial. No doubt you have many other important matters to attend. Anyway, I wanted to ask your opinion on a gift I wish to give a dear friend of mine before leaving Ilsa. You remember Ilsilduar, do you not? Alion's grandfather? Though older than me, the two of them were still going on grand adventures before they joined the Scions. How I envy his vigor. Though we have done a little more than drink tea and speak of our children, I have cherished his company. They will miss him truly. Alas, in recent days his body has begun to get the better of him, and so I was thinking of giving him something for his health. Suggestion? Anything for his back. Whatever. I thought so too, but I'm glad to see you agree. I swear not a day goes by without him complaining about his back. It's a great comfort knowing that the Scions are well aware of their comrades' conditions. It shows how much you care for one another. Now then, let's procure the ingredients for my home remedy. Many thanks to you. Oi! My friend, if you could spare a moment of your time, the toll is home to many interests to which we owe a great deal, but there is one particular to which we should definitely pay respects. For Lena's House of Splendors. The house has been an invaluable source of goods and services, both professional and personal. I'm sure you too can say the same. And so I thought to bid farewell to the one representative whom I had most worked closely. We would look to the counter by the gate. Speak of the raven-hair beauty by the gate. All Ravenna's girls, she has been very helpful. There's a problem, however. I cannot for the life of me remember her name. They all sound so familiar. Perhaps it is my dominant ear. Oh my lord. But you know her name, surely. Please tell me that I might have a proper conversation with her before I return homeland. Okay then. Tombstones? It's not the tombstones. She dealt in primal arms and whatnot. No. Wait. The person on the right has the weapons. The person in the middle has the gear. The person on the left has a whole bunch of stuff. So you're interested in the Zodiac Braves, Papana. Oh, so you're really interested in the Zodiac Braves. Since when did you collect ritual tools? I'm going with Lariana. Are you certain? I've heard that name before, but I could have sworn that was someone else. Oh, who am I kidding? You of all people should know. Let's go. Oops. Although you can't help but wonder if you give him the wrong name and how poorly he will be received in that case. Oh well. My second choice was Papana. Wait, what? No. Uh-oh. Boy, what's going on over here? Glide, have you seen a carbuncle roaming about? Over the course of my time here in Ravenous Toll, I've come to know many adventures, including an arcanist with a somewhat disobedient companion. It seems every day her carbuncle wanders off on its own. You see, and today there is no exception. For mercy, it will respond to its name more earnestly when it called by someone other than its owner. Strangely enough, the problem is I cannot seem to recall what it was. Some sort of gemstone, I think? Come on. What is this? Oh, you must mean Ruby. Ruby, how could I forget? She named it for the red jewel in its forehead. Thank you for your help, Glide. I will join her in the search right away. Agiri departs in high spirits and beginning calling out for Ruby at once. Sure enough, the errant carbuncle soon appears. Ruby, Ruby! Oi, oi, oi! And this. How fortunate I am that you are still here. My father told me how you helped. Oh, those were the four from before. How you helped him, and I was hoping you might do the same for me. I seek your wisdom concerning Slasspoint of the Adventurers Guild, who helped secure us a place here in Ravenous Toll. Thanks to him, we were able to work side by side with the frontier hands to build these walls and lay these cobblestones. We were given food and shelter, it is true, but more importantly, we were given purpose. We have, of course, already expressed our gratitude to him many times before. I myself presented Slasspoint with a dome and dagger, which I am told he treasures. Now that we must part ways, I feel as though we must make one final grand gesture, more elaborate, expensive gift, perhaps, or, well, what do you think? maybe just try to stay in touch. Really? We should be glad to maintain our relationship with Sasquatch and Patrol. Do you truly believe that it is of itself? Perhaps you have the right of it. Considering the lengths he has gone to ease our burden, spending exorbitant sums of farewell gifts may only frustrate him. Besides, whatever we purchase would come from the lures and markets. It's better to wait until we have returned to our homeland. We might send them something more dormant. Dried persimmons for my village, perhaps? How go your efforts, brothers and sisters? By all accounts, it went quite well. We have you to thank for that. You are too kind, my friend. Yay! Ozan, you were going to meet with Sasquatch one last time, were you not? We were hoping you would allow us to accompany you. So, please let us know when you do. That said, perhaps we should speak with Sasquatch sooner than later. I cannot think of any reason to delay. But I know I have imposed upon you, but might I ask you to accompany me as well? Suppose. What's her name? Alina. What? Splendors, what do you have? This one has the weapons, right? Oh, token exchange, though. Oops. "1,001 farewells." Oh, the kids are coming too, huh? We should pay our respects to Slasborn while we and the others have time to spare. I not agree. In that case, I ask that you go on ahead and wait for us with Slasborn. I will require a moment to gather the others, but I do not expect it to take long. Judging from the way I've seen the Domans running about together, they're busy with preparations for their long voyage. Aye. It is as you say, Master Slasmore. The day many of us thought would never come has arrived, and now we make ready to return to our homeland. Let me assure you, however, that we have no intention of abandoning our responsibilities. People have either completed their labors or ensured that Liz may easily do so in their stead. Earnest as ever, I'm grateful, truly. You needn't have gone to such trouble. Ravenous toll, gods, when I think back to what this place once was, what's changed and what it's become, I can't imagine without you lot here. Made this place what it is, same as we did. None would dare say different. Tragedy drove you from your lands and delivered you to the shores, but from that tragedy became a new beginning, a home that we shared with every soul that passed through our gates. That, my friends, is more precious than any riches. Pray you carry it with you, Selma, that it grants you strength when you have need of it. Well, we will, Master Slashpoint. I swear to you, we will never forget this blessed place. You gave us the opportunity to work with the frontier hands to build Revenant's Toll. All the skills and experience we gained, we will put to good use in the rebuilding the Enclave. And then, when we have finished, I pray you will come and visit. Aye, we would be honored to receive you and the other man or woman of child of Revenant's Toll. Let this not be the ending, but another new beginning, the beginning of a lasting relationship between our two homes. That is my dream for the future of our peoples. As we built these walls to stone by stone, may we rebuild it together. Well said, well said. Damn it, if we keep on like this, I'm liable to start bawling. Oh, let us move things along. Hope you won't mind another parting gift. The lost treasure of Rowan stole, courtesy of your younglings. Foreman is expecting you. A most surprising but welcoming gift. We shall endeavor to not to drink it all at once. We will collect the bottles and return to our preparations at once. Thank you, Matt. And thank you, Glide, for everything. Stand by. Before you go, I have a favor to ask. Well, Flamin, actually, she wants you to bring Yozan and his friends to her up in the Ruana's cafe. Wine's for the adults. See, he's got something else for the children. I doubt it'll take too long for you to find him. You have a knack for this sort of thing after all. My thanks to you. You haven't been looking for us, have you? You don't have to leave yet, do we? We still have time. Hey, Mr. Glide, what are you doing here? Oh, hey there, Mr. Glide. You're not here to say goodbye, are you? Not fair. Why did they decide it's time to go back? I mean, I miss Doma too, but they should have asked us first. It's time to go home, you rotten kids. Miss Flamin wants us to come to the cafe. But if it is, she thinks we did. Oh, it's not like that? Well, alright then. With me, guild members, Miss Flamin needs us. You too, Mr. Glide. Wait, what? What's going on? Treasure? You came. I've been waiting for you all for so long. All members of the Doma Adventurers Guild reporting for duty. So what's the adventure? Monster hunting? Garland gold? Oh my, nothing so dramatic. Rather, I wanted to give you all a reward. A reward? Really? A reward for your many deeds in service to Reverend's Toll. When the frontier hands needed a helping hand, you were there. They were... oh... when there were no one else to look after the younger children, you were there. And though through it all, each and every one of you carried out your duties with a smile. That is why you are more than brave adventurers. You are heroes to the people of Reverend's Toll. Heroes deserving of a special reward that just so happens to be right over there. Treasure. A real treasure chest? Treasure! Oh wow, look at these. Look, Mr. Glider, she got a smart matching hats. I will make them the official uniform of Doman Adventurers. They suit you, little ones. Wear them with pride. Mr. Boulder and Mr. Bullnet, I thought you were away on important Scion business. Recently returned, and it is a good thing we are. We heard of your impending journey. Hoped to see you before you left. We are both very happy that you may finally return to your homeland. They have great need of stalwart adventurers like you lot there. But I don't want to say goodbye. Then don't. There's no need to. You're adventurers, are you not? Adventurers never stay in one place, for it is not who we are. We walk past all on our own, never truly beholden to any one nation or creed. So don't say goodbye, because we will meet again. You'll see. we'll welcome the most famous adventurers in Yangsha. Then we'll return to Eorzea and become famous here too. Everyone may know the signs of the Seventh Dawn and the Warrior of Light, but just you wait. Years from now, we'll be talking about the Doman Adventurers Guild. I'm looking forward to it. Grow strong, grow famous. Lead the tales, little one. We must get going. But thank you again for making the arrangements. Take care. Right, we mustn't neglect our trading. Buy the heaviest crates and carry them to the horse-break carriages. Mr. Glide, Miss Flamin, thank you for the caps. We'll take good care of them. That's with a sweet gesture for times. I'm sure they will cherish them for years to come. Children are delighted with their new hats, but Flamin could not have chosen a better gift. Preparations are proceeding apace. Slathorn and the guild have finalized arrangements for the ship. Once we have finished here, we only make way south. How many times have I thanked you, I wonder? Not enough. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. You are and ever shall be a true friend to the Doman and her people. I expect you will find yourself in the area before us. I pray you tell Kozakuru that join her soon. This, why can't I click into the Doman Enclave? That makes no sense. 0 cents. Glad you have returned from Eorzea. We got the people. They are homeward bound, and it comes as a relief to hear that there were no complications. Thank you for facilitating their return. I shall inform Lord Ian at the first opportunity. We have a mountain of work ahead of your help and confidence. We can see it through. I hope I can count on your assistance in the future as well. Glide, come me be praised. I was hoping you might pay us a visit. Never know. Once again, I must thank you for helping our brothers and sisters secure passage back home. So many skilled craftsmen be at our disposal. We of the Zenkai, ready to proceed to the next stage of our plan to rebuild the Enclave. Which brings me to a rather delicate matter. Perhaps you will find this shameless, but circumstances being what they are, I see no other way. Reconstruction and revitalization of the Enclave cannot hope to proceed without the contributions of wealthy individuals such as yourself. I understand if you wish to refuse outright, but I beg of you, please listen to our proposal before you decide. Let's hear it. Thank you, I shall endeavor to be brief. Where to begin? Of course, it is important that you understand the state of the Enclave at present. I'm sure you recall how everything was when you first arrived, rubble in the streets, buildings in ruin, and so forth. We have made some superficial progress since the castle fell and Doma was liberated. As far as the occupation, are far from healed. Since antiquity, the kingdoms of Doma has prospered from the gifts of the One River. The success of our agricultural agriculture and industry is intricately tied to our position here. Last, in our struggle against the Garleans, over the decades, much of what built over centuries was lost. Fertile farmlands that once yielded produce for export were despoiled. What little remained could barely feed our people. Our foreign rulers did not hesitate to impose their will on local industry as well. Not only were they forced to purchase goods from imperial concerns, regardless of quality or cost, but merchants were also forced to sell their wares to Garlean at a loss, assuming they received compensation at all. While those dark days are behind us, many of our former trading partners are reluctant to engage us in trade agreements, fear of the Empire's wrath. So, for the most part, we must continue to fend ourselves, craft what tools and so forth we require. Also, we would, had we the facilities. Forgive me, it is not so dire as it may sound. Our problems may be many, but we are all wholly committed to the challenge before us. And not unlike the Shazenso, hardy herb that thrive in even the most inhospitable of conditions, took inspiration from its strength and stubbornness, deciding upon a name for our organization. In fact, no matter the struggle, no matter the cost, the Shazenkai do everything in its power to overcome every hurdle and rebuild their home there. Please excuse me my sudden fit of passion. It was most unbecoming. Anyway, I've spoken of the general state of the enclave, discuss more specifically. Though having said that, contemplate if you were to see things with your own eyes. Please head to the work site north of the Aetherite Peak with Tsuba. I'll join you shortly. Oh wow, you're Blind Hawk, aren't you? In need of a hot meal. Actually, he is here at my behest. I thought it would be best if a potential patron saw our efforts firsthand. You would be so kind as to explain to him what we do. Oh ho, foisting the burden onto me, are we? Very well, if you insist. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I'm Mitsuba. Once upon a time, I owned and operated the largest tavern in the enclave. I had a hand in everything, from balancing the ledgers to stirring the cook pot. According to my experience, I've been asked to do the work here. 10,000 stall. See 5 stall. It has the quality of 10,000. That was the exact same look I gave Kozakura. She showed me this 10,000 stalls by the coming. That's not even 10. Mark me, there will be. Right through this place will have offer every imaginable cuisine. Just thinking about it set my heart racing, my mouth watering. As I explained earlier, however, trade, lack thereof, is a major problem at present. Simply aren't getting enough shipments, consumables, outside Yangsha. So our people are forced to eat the same simple fare day after day. However, once our negotiations with bear fruit, we'll be able to exchange whatever surplus produce for a wide variety of ingredients, bringing us closer to realizing Mitsuba's vision. This may seem like a silly goal to strive for, but by improving the quality of life for our people in a clear, understandable manner, we can motivate them to work harder and tackle more difficult tasks. Roma will not be rebuilt in a fortnight. They need every victory, however small. We have a bloody long road ahead of us. We need only take it one step at a time. Whatever help you can contribute to the cause would be welcome. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us, Mitsuba. We should head back to the Shazenkai and continue our conversation there, so as not to get in the way of their work. There is not too much left to explain, but if you would indulge me longer, I would be grateful. $10,000 are but one example of what we hope to build here in England. Last, it will take much time and also take tremendous resources that I pray you will be willing to contribute. Our materials, foodstuff, linens, medicines, all this and more. Use anything and everything. Part with legal. Furthermore, as a token of our appreciation, we will provide a small gratuity relative to the value of the items we relinquish. You need only place these items in the ancient basket to my left. Calculate the gratuity and pay you immediately. You may now use the donation baskets to contribute unneeded items to the Shazenkai. These items will be used to supply the influx for the production of the Gomino clay. The details can be had by speaking. This map. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. But Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Oh, what's going on? Why are we all just sitting down? Oh, wow, is it? New guy, Mr. Garlean.
On behalf of my delegation, I offer you my humblest thanks. Never did I imagine that I would meet the gallant and noble Lord of Dorma himself, nor be welcomed into his magnificent hall.
You'll forgive me if we forgo the pleasantries. You say you are come to negotiate peace. Unless I am mistaken, such negotiations are typically conducted between sovereign nations. I was not aware that the Emperor had recognized Dorma's sovereignty.
I definitely should have glamored myself the moment I got this gear. Now this whole time I'm just trash as outfit.
His Radiance has yet to do so, that much is true. Know, however, that he has expressed willingness to cede Dorma to her ancestral masters and treat with her as a friend. Since the days of Emperor Solus, the Empire has aggressively expanded its territory. While you may not agree with our founding father's policy of expansion, I believe there is room for discussion on the matter of his lifelong goal, to rid the world of icons. Icons are a blight upon this star. They cannot be suffered to exist. This you know as well as we. In his wisdom, Emperor Varus wishes to explore the possibility of an alliance to combat this common threat.
Wait, didn't Xenos fuse with an icon?
On the condition that Dorma renounces summoning and pledges to police the Korgian's practice of it, his Radiance would extend the hand of friendship.
I guess he was doing his own thing, though.
Dorma has never shown any appetite for summoning, and it should go without saying that we will address any threat to our people, icon or otherwise. With regard to the Korgi, I must stress that they only resorted to summoning under extreme provocation. When the Ruby Sea was at peace and their sacred relics safe, they looked not to their kami for protection. Yet even now, there are certain parties who would destabilize the region with ill-conceived military forays. Unless they alter their course, we cannot hope to be rid of icons.
Quite. I can but apologize. In seeking to eliminate icons, the Empire creates them. 'Tis an irony among ironies. One with which the people of Eorzea are well acquainted, I am told.
Indeed, many summonings are the result of persecution, the weak being driven to call upon the divine for deliverance from the strong. So it was in Alamigo, the bitter fruit of Garlean oppression.
A tragic state of affairs. If we are to put an end to summoning once and for all, it shall not be through might, but harmony. Yet we continue to repeat our mistakes, oblivious to the lessons of history.
True.
My comrades and I would change all that. We, Populares, have campaigned long and hard for a shift in imperial policy, and at last the Emperor has seen fit to lend us an ear. Alas, there is a faction within Garlemald that would obstruct our every attempt at reform. A collection of pure-blooded Garleans who seek to consolidate their own supremacy. The Optimates.
Optimates.
Lest you wonder, theirs was the hand that loosed our forces on the Confederacy. 'Twas a regrettable incident, one that flies in the face of everything we believe.
Okay.
And I swear to do all in my power to prevent a reoccurrence.
A subgroup of the Garleans are the Optimates. They're the ones that
would be
attacked.
most welcome. But if I may speak plain, if the Empire itself is not of one mind, how can we be certain that any peace we negotiate will be honored?
True.
I cannot blame you for doubting us. Indeed, I should find it strange if you did not. And so, in the name of building trust, I would like to make a proposal. A prisoner exchange.
Why? They would like to put so many words. All you could have to say here was, I would like to make a proposal, a prisoner exchange. But he had to include all this other stuff. I can't blame you for doubting it. Yes, you don't have to state the obvious. Why make use of many words when little words works as well? I don't know.
Under Garlean rule, no few Dormans were conscripted into the Imperial Army. We would repatriate them in return for those of ours you captured in the recent conflict. Naturally, any exchange would include the acting viceroy.
Yotsuyu? Why do they want Yotsuyu so much?
What makes you think we have her?
Forgive me, my lord. Was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games. I desire only to work to our mutual benefit.
Don't play those games.
The Optimates tried and failed to take my sister by force. I would succeed by peaceable means, thereby strengthening my party's hand. 'Twould be a lie to say I would not also be glad of my sister's safe return.
A fellow plain speaker. How refreshing. Very well.
A fellow
Your
plain
proposal has
speaker.
merit,
How refreshing.
but I will
that.
need time to consider it.
I like that a lot. This shit here.
Of course, my lord. May we remain in Dorma until you have come to a decision?
He's
You
obviously
shall be
hiding
our
something.
honored guests. Yugiri,
You get
I
it.
leave the ambassador and his retinue in your care. See that they are well looked after.
You get it.
You have our gratitude, Lord Hien. We shall look forward to your answer.
Never trust a guy with a bowl cut. I don't like their idle stance. It's like, I don't know. The fact that those two opposing factions at work in the ground world complicates matters. That there are two, even assuming Asahi and his associates can be trusted of the others. That the Empire would send Yotsuyu's stepbrother of all people. Wonder how he feels, a son of Doma, returning home to speak for the oppressors his countrymen drove out. Whatever Lord Hien's decision should be, I shall abide by it. Yet, would be glad to welcome my lost brothers back to Doma. Do 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 do. Well, that was unexpected. Say that again. Still don't know quite what to make of it all, but on the surface, a prisoner exchange does seem a good way to begin. The question is, can they be trusted? They had naught to gain by divulging details of their internal divisions. As it stands, we have no reason to doubt them. The ambassador's mention of Yotsuyu left me ill at ease. Made his grand talk of peace seem uncannily like a lengthy preamble. I think this might be all a ruse to facilitate her retrieval. Perhaps, though I cannot fathom why they would go to such lengths. Yotsuyu may have been the acting viceroy, but she is not Garlean, nor even highborn. Her value must presumably lie in what she knows, which brings us to the little matter of her memory loss. In present condition, she would not yield any worthwhile intelligence, nor is she worth much as a bargaining piece. Alphino, you are well acquainted with the Empire's methods. I would have your thoughts on this matter. My knowledge is at your disposal, Lord. Why does he have to say this? My knowledge is at your disposal, Lord. Just say it! While the ambassador's proposal is appealing in principle, it would be remiss of us not to give it due scrutiny. Indeed, though it seems to me I have little choice but to accept regardless. So many of our brothers and sisters languishing in imperial camps, I cannot well turn my back on a chance to secure their repatriation. Only the kami know when I will be afforded another. But ere we continue, shall we excuse these two? I fear what follows will bore them to tears. True. Let's go, LSA. I was just about to show myself out as it happens. Come on, Glide, let's leave Alphino to dispense his copious knowledge. Get me out of here. Someone is still sore from being made to watch at Sakazuki. Go on and keep LSA company. We are safe enough for now. You don't gotta tell me twice. What's behind here? Chance to relax at last. I know when I'm out of my death line. Though no weapons are drawn and the negotiation is no less a battle, the stakes can be every bit as high. One misplaced word and people could die. It takes someone with a cool head, and I'll be the first to admit it, that's not me. So we're left with the eternal question. What to do while they prattle on? Let's make out. Snow? His forgotten home. Whoa. Alright, for want of a better suggestion, what say you to a brief tour of the newly liberated Doma? I'd be interested to hear how the people are faring in their own words, and it's not as if we'll be missed here. Or will we? Clyde, a moment if you would. Ah, Yugiri, yeah. Asahi, was it? You have some business with Clyde. Business? No. What is this? Like, you know we're fighting this guy. Look at this damn sword. Business? No. Pleasure, my lady. I merely wish to exchange a few words with the famed Slayer of Gods and Champion of Eorzea. It's truly an honor. Such heartfelt admiration, one could almost forget that you're an envoy of the Empire. Oh, is that so strange? We may have stood on opposing sides in the past, but see no contradiction in lauding the man who do battle with our common enemy. Lest you forget, this is my homeland. It would be remiss if we not at least thank him for containing the threat posed by the Kojin's vile icon. Now, if I may continue, as we speak, Lord Hien deliberates over my proposal. I would take this time to see the land I once called home. Though Lady Yugiri is certain to be a jovial excursion would be all the more enjoyable for your company, and safer besides. The ambassador has the right of it. He is not like to come to harm you at his side. Will you join us? quite sure it'll be safe with you, Yugiri. Come now, Glide. There's not else for us to do until Lord Hien has reached this decision, and were we not at this moment discussing how best to learn more about the current state of Doma? It's settled then. The four of us shall make a brief excursion through Yangsha. Might we start at the town of Monzen? I would see that we become a Doma Castle. What became of Doma Castle? Very well, if you will follow me. Wait a minute, I said no! Dungeon. Who's this? Oh yeah, Panther. Dun. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. I'll admit, I was hoping for a more leisurely trip around Yangsha. It's a choice between this or listening to my brother rambling on. Here I am. But that someone could be done about these mechanical soldiers. Hey, can this truly be Monzen, home to the cream of Doma's samurai? I had heard that Yotsuyu intended to send a few of our automata here, but only by way of warning. Did not have come to this. Indeed, her savagery served only to incense the people and spur them to rise up in protest. It was a folly to think such methods of governance could ever prove effective. The sooner we can begin to make amends for the senseless destruction, the better. Securing supplies and support for the reconstruction effort did not prove difficult, since our nations are formally at peace, of course. Yes, of course. You would have a better view of what remains of the castle. Must proceed through the ruins. No! It is a travesty. I remember the keep being so beautiful in the light of the setting sun. One would swear it was a flame. It is indeed a doleful spectacle. Mayhap we will rebuild it one day when we have finished helping our people to rebuild their lives. Spoken like a true popularist. The needs of the people must of course come first. Speaking of whom, would you be opposed to my seeing how they live firsthand? The village of Namai is but a short journey from here, if not I'm mistaken. By river, yes. If you will follow me, I will ready our boat. Oh, what? No. Rice farmers. Wait, what? I swear this guy said, wait, what? Oh my lord. Whatever, just did it. We're taking the boat? Am I bugging? I could have sworn it was higher up. It's not. The whole thing is just flooded. Sync it up. This excursion has proved to be more relaxing than I expected. It has been some time since I last visited the Mai. Issa often visits the enclave with young Azami, so we do not news from it. Oh, what? They need to cast off. About to go down.
Get back! I'm warning you!
Nani?
Someone's in trouble.
Issa? The Red Kojin?
Are you all right?
Hi.
What do they want with you?
Yuki, and you lot too. I don't know. We were returning from the Enclave when they came at us.
It seems they won't go quietly.
And neither will we.
Kill them all. Oh, wait, what? When did I?
It is nothing.
Oh. It's like, yo, what? He's doing so much damage. I gotta take him out. Too late. Go, 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 go. I'm so tired of these games. Where are
Leave this to me.
Issa, fight! What are you doing? Now, aim for the younglings. What is this? Stack. The zombie's gonna go down. This guy is jumping all around. What is this? Water. Yo.
The art of my forebears.
Yo. Mistwalker? Who's this Mistwalker? Oh, that's her arts?
Take my shield!
Can't even... Dude! You guys stack. Instead of stacking on, how about you kill the guy? Samurai.
That seems to be the last of them. You have nothing to fear, child. You are safe now.
Marry me.
Thank you, sir.
Wait, did she have a voice before? I feel like this is a different voice. I don't know though.
You saved us again. Thank you. If you're ever passing by our village, look us up. You'll always be welcome.
Thank goodness we arrived when we did.
Indeed. But what could have prompted the Red Kojin to stray so far from the Ruby Sea?
I presume these are the sellswords hired by Yotsu. If so, the answer is simple. Desperation. Bereft of imperial employment, they seek other means to line their coin purses. Another sad legacy of the Empire's mismanagement.
The Empire to which you have sworn allegiance.
True.
Must you always be so pointed? If we are to bring about lasting change, we must look beyond narrow allegiances.
True.
You have every right to doubt me, but in time, I hope you will come to see that we share a common goal.
Slick shell cat? What?
You and yours have fought fiercely to change the Empire from without. But if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within. Am I wrong?
Not about that. True reform can only come from within. The Empire will never change. Kill them all!
Never? I wonder, would you have said the same of Ishgard? Believe what you will, but I assure you, the Empire can change.
They can't. They can't. Yugiri. Red Kojin's presence here does not bode well. We must afford Lord Hien. Right, the swordsman, isn't he? I wonder, did the Empire train him to kill before or after appointing him ambassador? Dear me, I had hoped to convey my views on our nation's shared hopes under more peaceable circumstances. This regrettable little interlude did afford me a chance to see the famed hero of yours in action. Few imperial soldiers can say that. At least few who live to tell the tale. A guilty conscience. Well, after that little ordeal, I believe it may be time for us to return to the Enclave. But my lord, what about Nabai? You seem so eager to observe the villagers going about their daily lives. To be frank, I still am, but I rather doubt the good people of Namai would take kindly to the sight of a man in imperial uniform with blood still dripping from the blade. Even in your company, my presence would only prove a distraction. Fret not, however. Thanks to the three of you, I have seen a great deal more than I otherwise would. And with any luck, Lord Hien will have finished considering my proposal by the time we return. Where are we? How'd we end up down here? I understand you served as the ambassador's escort. You have my thanks. I trust you will inform Lord Hien of our encounter with the Red Kojin. If we are to deter from the encroaching on Yangsha, our response must be swift and decisive. But first it was the whatchamacallit, the Kalyana still fighting, and now it's the Red Kojin still fighting. Did you see the sincerity in his eyes when he spoke with Zami? It was strange saying this, but what if he truly has come to sue for peace? Alice, stop looking at him. Thank you again for agreeing to join me. If not for your aid, the Kojin may well have overwhelmed us. Pray, go on ahead. Lord Hien is expecting. I'll remain without you and keep watching over our guest. Well, we had best not keep him waiting. You are expected, sir. Will I show you in? Judging by the sparkle in Alphinaud's eyes, their discussion was riveting. How sorry I am to have missed it. Wrap up. Master Alphinaud has shared with us his knowledge of the icons and reminded us of the threat they pose in so doing. It's strangely comforting to know the Empire shares our concern. Feeling refreshed, I trust. We have considered the ramifications of the proposal from every angle. I believe Lord Hien has reached a decision. That was quick. Welcome back, my friend. Higiri tells me you accompanied her and Asai on a tour of Yangsha. I had hoped you might take the opportunity to recover from your exertions at Sakazuki. But I gather your time was well spent. Until the ambassador affords Higiri a chance to make a full report. However, I must rely on you to supply the details, so please tell us how it all unfolded. Red Ninja Turtles everywhere! The Red Kojin here. Have there been any other such incidents since the liberation? Not that I'm aware of. If they are planning some sort of new venture here in Yangsha, we will need to increase patrols. Any event, I am indebted to you for fighting them off. But tell me, don't be modest. Was Asai truly the first to leap to the youngsters' aid? He was. I was quick to doubt him when we first met, but his desire to save them seemed quite genuine. It's possible he truly believes what he's saying. The time I've known you, you have always been an excellent judge of character. What do you make of the ambassador? I still don't think he can be trusted. Then the question of what his true intention may be remains. Regardless of his aim, I am resigned to playing his game, for now at least. Well, forswearing summoning should be simple enough, considering you never dabbled in it in the first place, which just leaves the somewhat thornier question of how to police the Red Kojin. It was with that very question in mind that I sought Alphinaud's counsel. Thanks to his knowledge of the icons and the rituals used to invoke them, I believe we identified a workable solution. As you will recall, Susano was summoned forth using the power of the relics locked away in the Kojin's treasure vault, the Isle of Zeki. Though said relics remain there to this day, it is all but certain that the act of summoning exhausted their stores of ether, making subsequent summonings impossible. Assuming that is the case, preventing the Primal's return rests on denying the Red Kojin the means to amass new stores of ether, either via the acquisition of crystals or the relics they are wont to collect. For this, I plan to enlist the aid of our friends, the Blue Kojin. Since Doma's liberation, we have forged closer bonds with Bunchin and his people, and with their support, I am quite confident we can keep the Red from obtaining what they require to call upon this Susanoo. And what of the prisoners? They will be exchanged as agreed, and I will give full credit to Asai for the success of the transaction. If there is aught we can do to help the populators garner favor, we need to see it done. But first, I have some unfinished business to attend to. You all come with me? Yes, of course, but what manner of business? A past mistake which I would see put right. One which has weighed heavy on my mind. Nani? Setsu's having the time of his life with Yotsuyu right now. I mean, Suyu. Voice acting enabled? Wait, what? They're here? Thought they were still... Dango.
I had her brought here in secret while the three of you kept our guest company.
Time to finish her.
The world has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river. Yet here you are, the living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
What did I do? I don't remember. Was it really so terrible? Tell me, please! What did I do?
You speak of sins, my lord. But at whose feet do those sins lie?
What?
With the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so?
Both?
With both, I would say. For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is, or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
You ask that I show mercy.
I ask why the heavens saw fit to deny me my rest. Why Yotsuyu was spared not only death, but the bitter memories of her life.
You truly think it the will of the Kami?
Kami does.
If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard.
What?
Come the hour of the exchange, if her memories have not returned, she may remain here in Doma to live out her days as Tsuyu. But if they do, the Guardians shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
Thank you, my lord.
Now then, I believe we have kept our guest waiting long enough. Did Gosetsu not seem strange to you?
He seemed in love.
His sympathy for Yotsuyu, pardon me.
Oh.
I know his powers of endurance only too well, but after all he has suffered, even he should not be on his feet.
He knows he should be dead. That's why he feels strange.
He puts on a brave face for our sakes, but it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade. Though I suppose if he and Yotsuyu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, he will have little use for it. It falls to us to shape that future. one in which he need never again set foot on the battlefield.
We'll see about that. A guilty conscience. I had no idea Yotsu's return weighed so heavily on Lord Hien's mind. I can say it's Yotsuyu, I mean Tsuyu's predicament is the will of Hikami, but consensus certainly seems convinced. Alright, we get it. We're gonna smash. It would seem Lord Hien has at last reached his decision. Uncertainty in his eyes have given way to resolve. Rise of a new sun. With Yotsuyu safely in Gosetsu's care, all that remains is to answer Asai's proposal. I realize other matters demand your attention, but I would ask that you stay a while longer to see this business through. Show me the money. Nobody got chairs? Can't get a table?
My apologies. Our deliberations took longer than expected.
Think nothing of it. The time afforded me the opportunity to go on a rather rousing excursion through Yansha. You have reached a decision then?
We are willing to cooperate with you in combating the Icon threat, and also in the exchange of prisoners. Assuming you accept our conditions, of course. As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived, she remembers nothing of her past life, not even her name. To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Not at all. If her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly? You will accommodate her here in Doma?
Doma?
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
Dango. Dango, dango.
Dango.
Dango. Dango, dango.
How dreadful.
You don't like Dango?
Very
They're
well.
in full suits.
In light of our
cross-legged
recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us.
There's no way this is comfortable.
Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
Oh, man. Whatever, man.
Of course. Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of dango. She would be most pleased. Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
Yugiri. I know what that means. I gotta use stealth to oversee. Make sure he doesn't do anything. How is it cold after all the weather we've gotten? Forgive me, my lord, but has he not been gone long? Perhaps I should Calm yourself, Kosetsu. I understand your concern, but we have to wait. He deserves that much. Relax. I am sorry to have kept you waiting. You all waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Long did I dream of this reunion, but never did I imagine it would be so joyless. Part of me hoped your stories of her condition were just that, but alas, as you say. Tsuyu, do you remember anything of this man? Anything at all? No. I'm a stranger to her. That much has clear to me from a single look. I leave her in your care. As you wish. Now, if you'll excuse me, my superiors are long overdue a report. They will be elated to hear of our agreements. Of that I have no doubt. As for the exchange itself, once I have obtained relevant permissions, I will arrange for your people to be relieved of their various duties and sent here to Yangshan. This will take time, of course. Of course, you may rest assured your knowledge will be well cared for until your return. We will also begin taking steps to better counter the threat of the Kojin and their icon. Before you take your leave, there is one other matter. I am informed it was you who took the lead in rescuing 2 young domins from a band of Kojin sellswords. I have not yet had the time to thank you properly. People, please. There is no need to thank me. I only did what anyone would do under the circumstances. Fortunately, I was in good company at the time. The blight of the Red Kojin is of the Empire's making. Were it not for our transgressions, those children would not have been needed saving. The people of Doma have suffered enough, my lord, and I promise to do all in my power to spare them further pain, be it at the hands of the Kojin or indeed the Empire. I pray the Emperor will see things as you do. There may yet be hope for us all. Till we meet again. Gosetsu, as before, I leave Yotsuyu to you. I invite the rest of you to join me outside. Let's treat Asai to a proper farewell. If Yotsuyu is to remain in Doma for good, we cannot keep her confined to this manor. People must be made to see that she is no longer the monster they remember. What about when her memories return? If my dear sister's memories does not return, I pray you will take good care of her. The Lord Heian has made a wise decision. Our superiors will be pleased. I wondered if the sight of her stepbrother might bring Yotsuyu back to her senses, but mayhap nothing will. Nevertheless, we must continue to watch her until we can be certain that her condition is permanent. If only our previous encounters with the Empire had been this cordial. Here's to the future, I suppose. Without the threat of the Imperial attack hanging over our heads, we may devote our energies to dealing with the Red Kojin. Then there will be nothing left to impede Doma's restoration. The ambassador's airship awaits at Castrum Fluminus. Will this be all? Want me to do that again? And again?
I wish you a safe journey.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting. Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure?
Yes, my lord. Hoorah!
I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yancha.
No, you could go. Oh my lord, what is this? Oh? Nobody can hear us. Let me tell you, I'm coming. Look at him.
Mark me, savior of the savages.
See?
There will be a reckoning.
Look at this guy, man. What? Was he there at Doma? What's going on right now?
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
Is this the first rebellion that failed?
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy.
Xenos.
What in the...
Monka shake.
Reinforcements? No, just one! Cut him down!
Just one.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
This one is promising. Who remains to offer us resistance?
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the enclave across the river.
Lord Cayenne?
The king of the former king of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
Is that what they say?
Who was that?
Surely you jest. That was Xenos Galvus, legatus of the 12th, the Crown Bloody Prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
That was Lord Xenos.
This guy, his face. He's getting aroused by that.
Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me.
My face? Look at your face. Oh, man. Almost had a gamer moment.
Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire.
Okay, I will. You think I care about Doma?
My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance.
Why? Why is he telling me this? He could have kept all this to himself. Look at him. He has to scrunch all the way down to me.
I will cherish this moment. Lock it away within my heart until the day we meet again.
That was bad posture. Your fucking stank ass breath out my face. The sun shining down the bumble. Why the frown? Did he say something to upset you? Are you quite well? You looked as if you were about to faint in the ambassador's arms. I thought perhaps now we would be at ease, but your expression suggests otherwise. What troubles you, Glad? How do I put this? I was right. You can't trust that guy.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
He's a big fat phony.
Of all the memories to witness.
What?
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Xenos.
Disciple, right? Did I know that?
My lord.
Calm yourself, Yugiri. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren.
So that's why he had the fist, or the Arthur fist. He was mad because we apparently killed him.
But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope, we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game. After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them that much.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
If not blame, then responsibility. They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight, knowing they could be executed in retaliation. But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with a monster, so be it.
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
This makes no sense. Why would he bother keeping up the pretense for so long, only to drop it right before the very end? Perhaps he no longer thought it necessary, having secured Doma's cooperation in the prisoner exchange. If he truly is a disciple of Xenos, it is possible emotions simply got the better of him. Remaining calm around the man who slew his lord will have taken its toll. Whatever the explanation, now is not the time for the hasty reprisals. We should proceed as planned. The Red Kojin must be placed under surveillance and the Garlean prisoners made ready for the exchange. But you need not concern yourself with the detail. Leave the affairs to Doma to us. When the hour of the exchange draws near, we will call for you. I should certainly hope so. Whatever the Empire's true intent, we would be on the hand, play our part, either to defend Doma or to help usher in a lasting peace. I had thought we might use this time to return to Eorzea, but given the volatility of the situation, mayhap it would be best if we remained in Kugane. Agreed. Between Yotsuyu's amnesia and Asahi's dubious agenda, I'd say we have ample reason to remain in the neighborhoods. If anything should happen, anything at all, you must send for us at once. Oh, I will. On that, you have my word. Charting a path through this sea of troubles promised to be difficult enough. I am not so proud as to attempt a feat alone. To Kugane then. Totoro and the others must know what transpired here. If what you saw of the ambassador is an indication of his true nature, this prisoner exchange may not be what it seems. In fact, I'm beginning to wonder if your encounter with the Red Kojin was more than mere happenstance. Oh. Soon we shall see if Asahi is true to his word. If not, I'll be glad to cut off that silver tongue of his. Wait, why are we going to Tataru? I forget. Let's see. Bum 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 bum. Where's everybody? Wait, what? What? Since when can you even wait, am I tripping? One, I didn't even know you could teleport here. Two, why? The Ruby Price, the Ruby Bazaar. Why is there two rubies? Since we have naught else to tend to for the moment, perhaps this would be a good opportunity to look into the present state of Garlemald. Though I should probably speak with Tataru first. I don't envy Lord Hien so much rest on his decision. Welcome back, Glide. You heard the good news about Gosetsu. I knew you'd find him. You knew, huh? Dum dum ba boom. Boom boom ba boom. My, it seems you're all in quite the predicament. Well, should we receive any urgent missives from Doma, rest assured you will be the first to know of it. Yes, of course. We're discussing ideas to replenish our coffers, but I suppose that all can wait if any urgent news should come through the office. About that, I wish to apologize, Tataru. It was reckless of me to make such a purchase without first consulting you. You may be certain, however, that I mean to reimburse the Scions, even if it means drawing upon my personal funds. That's very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't come to that. Sorabon's business proposition is as promising as it sounds. Glide should have no difficulty wiping the red from our ledger. Whoa, 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 whoa. Forgive me, Glide. It would seem I have unwittingly heaped my financial troubles upon you. I swear I will pay you back, though I fear I would struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value. Knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire. Mayhap Riol and his associates have heard something on the subject. Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Garlemald, the better our chances of predicting the Imperial's next move, which might yield you an advantage on the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing what we do of Asahi's apparent resentment towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. But if there is even the faintest chance that a lasting peace could be forged between Doma and the Empire, what choice have we but to try? Lord Hien have the right to it of it. Asai may very well be a monster, but we must play his game now. Yeah, what is this? Okay, armor, offending, tank armor, maiming, is this? Oh, you know, striking. I think I choose this. Striking. Meanwhile, in Garlemald... Oh wait, what? It actually is. Oh no, it's their ship or whatever. Arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought. Yes, my lord will be pleased. Everything is going according to plan. Why did he tell us? Why did he tell me? Why not just... Well, I guess we'll find out. Uh-oh. Oh, he gave her this to remember. See, this is why Yugiri needed to watch.
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes. We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift. I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
Mirror, mirror on the wall.
It's so pretty. Who are you? Who are you?
Who and what am I? What am I? What am... Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital. These doors.
How are you feeling, my lord?
Fine, now.
Alright. So, what did we do? We just left the body there? The thing, man, I just don't know. They didn't show him cut his head off. We leave the body there. It's just like, I don't get it. I will replenish our coffers. You wait and see if all is planned. Recoup the cost of go to set his blade 10 times over. More often than not, it seems opportunity is wont to come knocking when the signs are about. So long as you and yours remain here in Kugane, I'm certain a profitable venture will present itself. Whatever Asazi is planning, we cannot let him have his way. After all what Hien has done, the Empire cannot be suffered to hinder the restoration. Okay, hold on, I'll be back. Alright. Hey, we back. Oh yeah, I got something. I swear. This is nice. What is it for? Samurai? Good pants, good pants. Good gloves. Okay. Gosetsu and Sui. Glide, impeccable timing. We have just received a letter from Lord Hian. He writes that the Domans are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Kojin to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By staying on the lookout for signs of crystal hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Garlean's part, the Populares have sent word that the vessel bearing Doman conscripts is soon to arrive in Yaksha. It would seem that the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Hian requests that your presence, and I share his view that you should be on hand at this critical juncture. According to the letter, Yotsuyu's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma. Assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreements, of course. Before we get to that, however, I think it would be wise to assess her conditions one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straightaways for the Enclave then. Lord Hian will be waiting. I trust you will cope in our absence, Tataru. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. Alphonse has been keeping a very careful count of his coins lately. Doubt he's had asked for a sip of water without asking the price first. I'm very much in favor of a peace agreement between Doma and the Empire. Loosen that imperial grip, I say, and let trade routes breathe freely. Alright, hold on. I should have done this a long time ago. They're all trash. You know what? I should just have nothing. Much better. Be-do, be-do, ba-da. Lord Heen is expecting you. May I show you in? Okay. We know the broad strokes from this letter, but I would hear the details of our Doman friends, progress from Lord Heen himself. Ever since he drained our coffers dry buying the sword, Alphino has had his purse string in a death grip. Can't even buy a cup of tea without him going on about the dangers of frivolous spending. I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one other matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather the worse for wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Oh, what? Good gods, is he alright? Confined to bed and grumbling it without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it is high time he received some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yotsuyu has scarce left his side, and I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well. We will visit him at once. Bye to Halsey, shall we?
Open wide now.
Please, Tsuyu. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself.
Guys, it's not what it looks like.
I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
Gruel?
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
What about some dango?
A persimmon?
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
Is that from her past, the persimmons? I don't remember.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... A gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Nani?
Gosetsu! Is this how you've been spending your time?
My lady, I assure you this is not.
Off with them.
Taken aback.
We need to wash you. You stink.
That feels so Final Fantasy X like. Why are we? What? This is Japanese, I assume.
What are all these scars?
Why are we?
There are so many of them.
I don't like this face Alice is making, and this face Alphino's making. Why are we just sitting here watching her bathe him? This is all just weird. With a smile on my face, okay.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man.
I shot the bullet.
Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman. I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
He doesn't want to get too attached. These scenes are reminding me of Final Fantasy X. That's not a good thing. They make a convincing pair, don't they? Not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire and her a model grandchild. Indeed, he had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene. I would have declared them mad. That aside, I'm relieved to see Gosetsu has lost none of his spirit. But what a turn of events. I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him, couldn't make it up. Although I suppose Gosetsu is an old man, the way he charges through life can be easy to forget. He has resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry it on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given all his all for liege and land, and we will ask no more. And what of his nurse? If Yasuyu is feigning that, she certainly has me fooled. This is no pretense. You kitty! Yugiri! Out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince. So what makes you so sure? I have been spying on Yasuyu from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slept, not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening, I watched her as she sat in her chambers, guarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatami, child's game. Even the warrior shinobi would not go to such lengths. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me, and everyone else, I would hazard. Aye, the matter is settled. But Tsuyu will become Tsuyu, and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time, to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, she as good as fastened the chain around their neck. Which is why I mean to conclude this business with Tsuyu first. Out of the sight of my countrymen, will you help me? We are at your service. There is no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Garleans are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Tsuyu. This gift to the dogs. Even after weeks of surveillance, it was difficult for me to accept that Yasuyu's condition was genuine, but not as difficult as accepting Gosetsu's affection for her. What are you doing out here? We have spared no effort to increase the guard at the very settlement here in Yangsha. The Red Kojin will trouble us no more, and that you have my word. Evolution is a mystery. Can you imagine your team playing with bowls on the floor? I don't know that we can think of her as the same person anymore. Shall we wait here then? Lord Hian should not be long. My friends, have you seen Suyu? She is nowhere to be found. Honey? What? But the Garleans will be landing in a matter of moments. If she's fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yugiri is scouring the streets as we speak, but it is possible Suyu has left the enclave altogether. I mean, she can't leave without a boat, right? Captain, a word. Did you perchance fare a fair-skinned woman across the river? A fair-skinned woman, my lord. I do not rightly know. I think... Yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I do not recall having seen before. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help her onto the boat. White as new-fallen snow, it was. Was she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No, I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. Eastern Bell. It seemed that Suyu has crossed the river. Kami, help me. No good can come from this. Healing, casting, aiming, scouting. Scouting or aiming. This is Machinist and Bard. Are they separated? Scouting? What's scouting? Do I trust this? No, I don't. Nice. I think I have something like this. Not those. Her memory must have returned. Why else would she run? Suyu, I cannot see how the prisoner exchanged without Suyu. I cannot see how the prisoner exchange, or indeed the peace process at large, can proceed. We have to find her, and soon. Gone like the morning dew. It seems Suyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami, help us. If someone catches a clear view of her face, we must find her before that happens. The responsibility for her disappearance, for all of this, lies with me, but I would ask for your aid nonetheless. We are at your service, Lord Hian. Now as before, let us make it across again in our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. We have no way of knowing where Suyu is headed, so we had best divide our forces. We'll take Kusukari and its surrounds. Alphino, if you would take the road to Castrum Funis. Glad, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Izuka Manor? One of the Namazu may well have seen our query. If everyone is in agreement, let us board the skiff and hope the Kami smile upon our efforts. Well, I guess it makes sense we go together. Welcome to Yusuka Manor. Yes, if there is anything you care to know, you need only... Pale-skinned woman? I have seen no such traveler, I am sorry to say. Most sorry. Scaly-skinned Tamazu, on the other hand, we have an abundance. Unusually pale skin. Yes, yes, I saw this woman on the way back from my Swissy trip. She had just crossed the shallows east of here, and she was headed to the northeasterly direction. For the most part, her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might be able to still catch her. Wait, I mean, it's similar to that person that was over there. I didn't know what. There was someone over here. That was a Fates. That's weird. I need to go back to that mod and see if that was Yotsu. Ba-da-ba-da-da. I see no sign of Yotsu to the north. Perhaps she is somewhere farther to the northeast. Still no sign of Yotsu. Perhaps she is yet farther to the northeast. Yotsu is nowhere to be found, but on the ground a short distance to the north, it's by a familiar-looking white-brimmed hat. Can't see that far. Dude, what? What level am I? 71 until 64? What's going on? A curious glance is all that required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat Yotsu was wearing when you found her in Sakazuki. She went for the Parazums in Namai. Glad, before you ask, our search of Kari and surroundings has yielded exactly naught, save this chance of reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alice has gone to assist her brother at the Castro. This was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Heian here shortly thereafter. How did you fare at Yuzuka Manor? The son of our missing guest. The hell am I? Isn't the hat right here? Where's the Mai? By the kami. If the villagers recognize her, it will not end well. We must hurry. Yugiri and I will check the patties. The village square is yours. Shouldn't you go to the square? Mr. Heian. She's right in the middle of it all.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
Oh. Let's wait and see how this develops. No, don't interfere.
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
What did I do?
As if you don't know!
This guy, here we go, he said.
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
He's got a short fuse.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the Kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsuyu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies, my lord! She would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're sorry? And what? We're supposed to forgive you?
Sister, get away from her. She's dangerous.
Yeah, there's no need to cry.
Permissum? Permissum? I don't know how to say.
Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
This child's ignorant. Don't listen to her.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu and treated as a citizen of Doma.
I don't know. It's like, is this the same thing that happened in... There's too many parallels. I mean, I guess that's the point. I'm trying to have all the parallels between Doma and Alamigo. But it's like, we're forgiving the prisoner of both faces? I don't know.
I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands and suffer her to live, for now.
We spared Fordola. She saved us against Lakshmi. Even though I didn't need her help, I was handling it by myself. Freaking Arenvald wasn't doing anything. Now we're sparing Yotsuyu, Suyu. We're giving everybody PTSD.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
Yes, yes. Whatever, this poppycock. Lord Ian, we come for you. falling like the morning dew. Give me that spell speed. I need to eat more food here. So I let it linger too long. All of this over a persimmon. I failed to consider how she might endanger herself, knowing she has the mind of a child. I should have continued my vigilance. Relaxed it. I don't know why everyone is so angry, but I got the fruit Gosetsu wanted. I hope he likes it. I'm not scared of her, not anymore. I can't forgive what the woman did to us, but I don't do anything to upset Azami. Alright, Lisa. Fruits of her labor. That's would have been better avoided, but at least it did not end in bloodshed. And judging by Suyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request of Gosetsu's which brought her to Namai. She came in search of a persimmon. They say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Gosetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we have certainly taken the long way around, but let us continue on to Castrum Fluminense and our meeting with the ambassador. Alphino and Alice should still be there, conducting their search. I can change the weapon too. This weapon is trash. The Imperial airship has arrived. Whether our conscripts are aboard remains to be seen. I was sure Yotsuyu had fled, but it seems her memory hasn't returned after all. How foolish of me to not consider Gosetsu craving for a seasonal fruit. Lord Hien informed us of the uproar at Namai. Thank the 12 you have found Yotsuyu when you did. Dare not think what might have happened had you not. Do you have to stay here long, or he'll be waiting for his fruit? It seems our Imperial guests have already arrived. Okay. Tis time we meet with the ambassador. Showtime! Dum 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 dum.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Special guests? Mama, Papa.
Ah, Yatsuyu. You look well.
The people that sold her off.
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
Gosetsu. I have to take this to Gosetsu.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient. You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma. Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
Ba-da-da-bum.
We continue with the exchange as planned, then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Where's your sword?
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
Eastern Valve. I knew better than to trust Asai. That was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Tsuyu's future to rest. I've sent her back to the Enclave, Yugiri, to give Gosetsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. You have that look, Alphino. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence. Most like. We can discuss it upon our return. He's always scheming. I suppose Tsuyu is to become an official Doman citizen, but what then? Will they keep her hidden here forever? Or might she one day be allowed to walk amongst her countrymen? So, it would seem there will be no one less prisoner at the exchange. I only hope that Tsuyu presence will not present further problems. We should pay a visit to Kozetsu and reassure him about Suyu's fate. He will want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on him.
Kosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in.
Why didn't we didn't do that last time when he was getting spoon-fed?
When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
I like this Asahi less and less.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention.
Okay. Okay. What say you, Alphino?
I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder.
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord! Forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone!
Again?
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
No, no, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties. Might I call upon your assistance?
Good to you. Good to you.
Help! Help!
Who did this?
Help! Help me!
Acai's father. The hell? Oh, those were the two. What? I thought they took them with them. Well, I assumed they took them. They're in the Enclave?
If only I hadn't remembered. He should hate me. But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
Still, they like this?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu! A font of misery! You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure. We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine! I don't deserve this!
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament. You've kept your looks, at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugane and start a new business.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be. Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it. To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Yotsuyu! What?
Mama. He's still around. How convenient.
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Brother dearest, what a surprise.
How'd they get here without
You
anyone
always
telling
were a
you?
cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
To die?
Any sign of her?
She gone.
What happened here?
So we're in one area. Saving the prisoner was okay. The other area.
I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still,
at least the
I did
consequences.
nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives. But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
So Asahi got his way in the end, and at an unspeakable price. He really is a vile little worm, isn't he? So Yotsuyu has returned to the bosom of the Empire after all. I cannot say I am surprised, but what I struggle to fathom is Asahi's aim in all this. Yotsuyu hid her recovery well. I had no inkling that her memory had returned. I keep asking myself when it could have happened, and the meeting with her parents perhaps. But then why would she... There is a lot to be gained from such conjecture. We have recovered the numerous remains, and will hold this cremation anon. With that, they had never again set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Kosetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. Conscripts and contingencies. So, my friends, that which we feared has come to pass. Yotsuyu has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. It is, by any measure, a cruel twist, not least for Kosetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yotsuyu into the Guardian's hands should she see her condition improve prior to the hour of the exchange. By that reckoning, all is, if not as it should be, then as it must be. This I can accept. But what I cannot accept are the unconscionable lengths to which Asahi went to achieve this outcome. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration for Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted. And that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it is unlikely our negotiations end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern. As such, I would have an escape route in place before the meeting begins. A wise precaution. If the main structure of Castrum Luminous is to be the stage of the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. The citadel has stood empty ever since the Imperial withdrawal. While we took steps to ensure that it could not be defended by occupying force, it is entirely possible that the ambassador has arranged things there to his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain we have an unobstructed exit. Pray allow me to join you. I have some experience of Imperial facilities, and should matters take a turn for the worse, I would hope to be of at least some use. Very good. That should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the Castrum. Beyond that, however, we will need a ship to ferry the conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it would take several trips to evacuate everyone. Confederate Sekibune, on the other hand, would require only a single run and leave us far less vulnerable on the water. Assuming, of course, Rasho and be convinced to part with one. But I take the lead on this. I've had dealings with Rasho and his pirates before. And I won't be alone, will I, Glad? You can count on me. Anything for you, Alisane. Much appreciated. I quite fancy parlaying with the pirates again. It's just a shame Lise won't be there to reprise her role. I am certain you would make a persuasive pair, but I think I will accompany you to these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be seen consorting with common brigands. You Giri, come now. They stood with us against the Empire. If we would ask their aid once more, we must treat with them as equals. My presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord, pray forgive my presumption. By your leave, Master Alphino, and I shall be about our task. What's wrong with you, Igiri? The hell? After everything? That line was so out of character. Aside from her wanting to protect Hien all the time. And we should be on our way to Onokoro. Time is short and Rasho may take some convincing. In my mind, Yotsuyu is deserving of only one fate, memory loss be damned. And if you don't have the stones for it, be happy to take on the burden. I'll be over for it nice and swift. For once, I agree with Tatsuya. Now, there is a face I did not expect to see. What brings the noble lord of Doman to the company of Gauls rats such as... If you've come to offer Doman chains in place of Garlean one, then you come to offer Doman chains in place of Garlean ones, then I'm afraid you wasted a trip. And what fine subjects you would make. With your fleet at our disposal, our restoration efforts would be hastened tenfold. But let us speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request your aid once more. Tsuyu's gone. Need some safety for our escape of the castrum. You're happy or confused? Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We created you only to save ourselves. Now we have no such incentive. We have sworn no oath to you. Will not come running like hounds at their master's wisdom. And I would not presume to treat you thus. I come to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a bit lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all this? Profits? Must you always think in such short-sighted terms? Have you ever heard of doing the right thing? Have you ever heard of pirates, little miss? We'll find we're simply souls. Pay our tithe, you sail in peace. Deny us our due, and we take it by force. Pull you out into the water if we see you drowning, but we are not in the business of doing something for nothing. Calm yourself, Mr. Salase. We did not come here to moralize. We came here to talk, and there is more to be said. According to records recovered after the liberation, relatives of your Doman-born brethren here, among those conscripted into the Imperial Army. As you may be aware, we recently negotiated the return of said consort. Many, alas, arrived to find no familiarities waiting for them, no homes to grant them shelter. I would ask that you offer them a place in the Confederacy. You would not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks. And has not the Confederacy been in need of new recruits? You seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Ian. The losses we suffered at the Garleans' hand are no secrets, but since we drove them out of Doma, the Ruby Sea has come alive with traders and travelers. So many vessels to tax, so few pirates to tax. We could do with some more hands on deck, and doubly so if they're familiar with the inner workings of the empire. Very well, the Confederacy agrees to your request, and we'll have your ship. But before that, you must do something for me. The vessel I have in mind was damaged during that battle with the Empire, but we have mended her. She has yet to be declared seaworthy. She is soon sound enough down below, but when you load her up with conscripts and the water line rises, those upper planks had best be free of cracks. Assuming you want your people to stay dry, you will do me the favor of swimming around the hull, check for weaknesses. That is, Doman lords are not averse to getting their robes wet. Not this Doman lord. If we each expect a third of the ship, it shall be done in a trice. That is the spirit. The ship is moored at Quickscape Pier. Our apprentice shipwright will be on deck to hear your reports for a lad named Ihanashi. And I thought I had a knack for parleying with pirates. For the record, my previous attempt was an unmitigated success, and yes, I should have quit while I was ahead. Well, I thought the rumors exaggerated, but the young lord lives up to his reputation. So Yotsuyu found her ways back to the Imperials, did she? I did warn you about her being mercenary. The hell's this? Dude, wait, what? I didn't even know you could go over here. I mean, it's not like there's anything over here. Dee-doo-doo. The water is so invigorating. I have not swum in the Ruby Seas since, but I should consider it again. For once, I'm actually glad Yagiri isn't here. I doubt she would have taken kindly to a pirate inviting Ian to inspect his hull. I'm running out of steam. Small crack. I am the shipwright, or apprentice shipwright. Do you find anything that might need attention? The section I inspected seems solid enough. There's a crack at the top left. On the port side near the bow, you say? Right. Have a look and see what I can do. Port side. My apologies, I seem to have lagged behind. I could float in that gentle sea all day. Otherwise, I am happy to report no visible cracking or holes in my section of the hull. You are Lord Ian. The captain sent you to inspect the hull. Kami have mercy. Forgive us this discourtesy, man. 'Tis quite all right. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I think you are from Doma? Yes, my lord. The Imperials took my father away after the uprising, and I had nowhere else to run. The Confederacy became my family. Someone told me they're releasing the conscripts now. Maybe my father will be among them. Not that I could go back. I'll leave him once you join. How fair is Our Lady? Is he seaworthy? Is this why he had him come here? Captain, we found a small crack in the port side, but I'll have it fixed before you know it. I see you met the boy. Did he tell you a story? He babbles when he is nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts as he hopes, I mean to give him the choice to leave his life. If he so chooses, I expect you to see they are provided for him. I have heard that those who join the Confederacy forswear all ties with kin and homeland. That oath so easily put aside. If I allow it, I can see in him the lad I was 25 years ago. Say the words, you mean them, but the yearning for home still lingers. My family is long dead, and I know this life is not my lot. He has scarce dipped his toes with it. There is a life for him in Doma. He should have the chance to live it. Well said, the Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more. Be it in Yangsha or out on the Ruby Sea, we have but a duty to ensure that Inahashi and others like him are free to dwell where they desire. Then the matter is settled. I will make preparations to cast off. Well, my friends, it seems we have our ship. Let us return to the Enclave. Just teleport me there, what the hell? Alphino tells me they had little trouble finding a suitable route out of the castrum, but he won't say much more than that. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was hiding something. Can't imagine what. We found the castrum's tower unoccupied and betraying no signs of recent activity. Only shadows and echoes awaited us there. Alphino seemed oddly reluctant to linger, but I saw not to concern us. The castrum was deserted, quite deserted. It was a simple matter to plot the surest path out, hence our swiftness. Were they ghosts? It seems Yagiri and Alphino completed their task before us. They have been waiting. We scouted the structure and determined the swiftest path to safety. In the event of hostilities, we will lead the conscripts outside with all possible haste. From there, the Confederacy has pledged a ship to ferry us across the one river. Now we have but to attend the exchange and pray to the kami these precautions were unnecessary. The primary agreement. While we were putting our contingency plans in place, I left Hakuro in charge of organizing transport for the Imperial prisoners. He will see they arrive at the appointed hour, leaving us free to rendezvous with our Confederate allies. Come, they await us on the riverbank, not far from the castrum. What are these dark clouds? Oops. Oopsies. Oopie doops. Ruby dooby doo. Is that their boat? No matter what Asahi throws at us, we cannot let that monster have his way. With that, we had some hint as to the ambassador's intentions. Had we not prepared for the worst, I would be wary of going through with this all. The tower rather spoils the view across the river, does it not? Concede we might perhaps have chosen a less ominous place to conduct the exchange. My only concern is the safe return of our people. That is what my lord wishes, and that is what shall be done. Do not worry about the ship, it will get you where it needs to be. Consui at the helm. Your party is assembled, huh? I am ready for what lies ahead, I trust, lest there be any confusion though. The tower across the water is to be the scene of the exchange. And whatever else Asahi has prepared. Regardless of the ambassador's intentions, we will bring our people home. Yagiri, you are to evacuate the conscripts. Sucker trouble. Yes, my lord. We, meanwhile, shall cover their escape and lend what support we can. Our ship awaits you at the Castro's loading docks. She will see you safely home. Then all stand ready to play their parts. Come, let us be about it. Get the popcorn ready. Stay having these. Wait a minute, are those the prisoners?
At last, the hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are. Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Containers?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion, welcome though it is. But then I was also surprised by the news that one of our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook in the spirit of the occasion.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord Hien?
Yotsuyu.
Orphan of the Nairi, widow of Sashihai, and acting Viceroy of Dorma. You and your people are mine to govern, mine to punish!
Bring out Gosetsu.
Well, well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the Ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire. Your authority as acting Viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Xenos himself. I will reign here in this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken. This land shall know no dawn.
What is that thing?
I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold and distant as the moon!
I was thinking crystals too, but what is she summoning? This is a new problem.
What has she done?
Oh gods, this is a summoning.
To hear the think, they don't like icons. She's going Isao. Tsukiyomi. The moon? The moon. Infinite Tsukiyomi? What's the Naruto name? Kaguya.
A Dorman citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
A Doman citizen, huh? What are you talking about?
But Ambassador!
Disobey me, Pilus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
As you command.
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run?
A strategic withdrawal.
Spare my pride, would you? I know this foe is beyond me. The field is yours. We will withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for. Every soul!
My lord.
I knew you would not flee. I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours. But I am become Tsukuyomi, goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty? I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail.
Hold up, is this blackface?
Come, let us cast the stalks and look upon the fate of Dawn. I see a future in which the sun sets on this wretched land. Once and for all!
Castrum Luminous. $30 minutes. They stayed tripping. Should I look up the fight? Nah, I don't need to look up trials. I didn't look up any of these. This was a fun Emanation and Susanna. They're all pretty good. Thanos fights, what's that? Monsanto's Retreat. Where is this? I don't know, was his plan to get his sister to become a partner? Or, like, I don't know, I'm curious as to what his plan was. I don't know. Why did they think she had the power to? Oh, because of what she's been through, I guess. I don't know. What else? I've got 30 minutes, apparently. I could look up the fight. I'll look up. No, I don't want to look. What's the point in that? Let me go here. Let me see this. Try it on. Oh yeah, I got the dagger. They're pretty nice. What is this? When I get this? Can I give these? Wait. You do take them. Gratuity 904. Donates. Nice, I could donate the weapons and stuff. Okay. Let me see this. Let me see. Try this on. Nope. I don't like headpieces like that. This one's better, but still no. Look at this, yo. What time is it? It's 1 o'clock on a Saturday. It shouldn't be that long, right? What is this ring? thought we were supposed to give them money. Oh? On behalf of the Shazenkai Glide, I thank you for your support. The proceeds from your contributions have already been used to great effect, but I would not have you take me at my word alone. I pray you for pay a visit to Mitsuba on the 10,000 stalls. She would be glad to tell you the progress she made. Before you make any more, talk to her. Good to see you again, Glide. Kozakura tells me you have been quite generous of late. On behalf of all of us, I thank you. Yosh. As you can see, we've got the frames up now. It's just the bones of what's to become, but perhaps it's easier than before to imagine how that stall over there will one day be a proper kitchen. Unfortunately, we've yet to address the poor supply issue. While it's true we've no shortage of rice, a variety of vegetables, some river fish as well, there's little else to note. The land's here always been well suited to rice cultivation, and you can't blame a farmer for taking advantage of that, but a man can't live off rice and nothing else. Hunting was more viable in the past, but these days you can't go more than halfway down the road to the next village without tripping over a shikigami or worse. Not much game to be found. At any rate, unless you're keen to try cooking koja, I'm not. Which leaves fish and whatever livestock we can raise on our own, which is not nearly enough to meet our needs. Oh? Brother, can you stand? Speak to me! Who are these guys? I have no strength to rise, brother. Jangled Buddha. The void within my belly is all-consuming. Leave me. Only the fire walker matters. The Buddha must thrive. Mine own vision grows dim, brothers. So distracted was I by the Lupin's lengthy lectures. Pay no heed to my growing hunger. I fear we are undone. Too far from the steppe have we come to return for rations. I have yet to see a single sheep in the stronghold. I say, well, you lots look as though you're in dire need of a meal. We've got rice balls to spare if you would share with us your food. We would be eternally grateful. Delicious, delicious! I have emerged from dark into the light. My full belly now basks in the sun. In shape and color, it reminds me of a booze, although it lacks any sort of filling. Booze, Zala delicacy, I presume, steamed dumpling or some such. They're a rare bit different, but you can use all sorts of things as filling for rice balls. Miso flavored meats is one of my personal favorites. In fact, unfortunately, we're having trouble securing a steady supply of meat at the moment. Unconscionably, without meat, your bodies will not grow strong and robust. A Buddha who does not eat meat is no Buddha. The traders of the steppe are rich in that which you lack, and will gladly trade meat for your produce. In great gratitude for your kindness, let us make introductions on your behalf. Well, how far be it from me to refuse. Wait until the Shazenkai hears about this. Our tribe, the Buddha, will gladly give you all the meats that you desire. You will give us the one you call Hien. Sure, why not? Why not? Why not? Be careful who hears you, Glide. Lady Yugiri and Hakuro might not take kindly to your jests. Construction is proceeding at pace and talks. As you continue In what other ways might the Dolmen Enclave grow and change? Ay, ay, ay. What is this? Please look. Now all these rings too, right? I don't even know why I have these. Well, I had to organize this eventually. It is a good necklace, but whatever, let's just keep this. So showtime. Monka shape. Tsukiyami, Tsukiyami. Why do I stay playing Black Mage? Blueberry,
Oh, it's going to be a long night. What?
Torment into death. Big damage on the tank. Zashiki Osobu. Nightfall. Oh boy. Mechanics.
Your end is near.
I am actually an idiot. Revive me! I thought I made it out in time though. What is this? Down for the count, unable to move. Ah, I understand it feeds on my spite, on my suffering. Oh, boo-hoo! Come forth, the shades of the dead. Your parents? This useless dog. Oh gosh. They're really trying to make us feel bad for it. I can't get my spells off, and now I lose my attention. Dude, I can't cast a spell. Spectre of Asahi, fight like your life depends on this, sister. If it isn't the kobold little more, I'm always calling for my... Xenos. Your pitifulness. How many times? Be gone. She's suffering. What is this? Why? You have no place here. Those sets. Savor the victory. Suyu, you must survive. Perhaps, but it is too late for me. There is no redemption. Oh.
In darkness, the spider living. From mortals, I rise anew. Confused with night, I shall prevail.
One. Under the influence of the new moon. You don't want how many stacks? What is this? Assuming you don't want too many stacks. How many stacks can we have? Run out this again.
Confused with night, I shall prevail.
Midnight haze. Just assuming it's 3. face. What's happening?
I'll grind you under my feet!
In the brain! Someone limit break. I don't think it did anything. We got it. She's down. I think it. Oh. I was shooting her on the ground. How ironic.
You really must learn to finish the job.
He's right.
'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down. My, such hostility! These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen...
He stays saying this, just do it. Okay, I will.
Ha! You cannot,
What do you
of
mean?
course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build.
We didn't labor that hard, and the bridges are pretty freaking weak. We could do it. Let's put them down.
But I'm forgetting. They're already
Exactly.
ash. This doorman woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point.
Okay, if they're already ash, then I could take you down.
It should have been mine. The power he bestowed upon her. I should have been the one to govern Dorma. I would have repaid his faith.
No one alive loves him more than I!
Instead, this Harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth! Worthless whore!
Gosetsu.
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious
wait, what?
gift. Vengeance.
Wait, what's going on? Was he not stabbed? Wasn't that a stabbing? Okay. All those were her sword thingies, right?
These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives. Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill. Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you.
For you. For you. Okay, stop.
What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
Suyu? What? Gosetsu will mourn you.
He will mourn to you, perhaps. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
What, am I gonna not see him die like I didn't see Xenos die? Just us finding out that Xenos is alive.
I am at your disposal.
Asahi, you were born of Doma, yes?
Yes, my lord.
Yes,
my lord. honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary, and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma, and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting Viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
Why would he know that?
When
How
you
would
have
he know?
found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps.
This guy's, his freaking voice is mad raspy. You freaking cut off his head. Well, the game didn't even show his head cut off, so I can't even know. We can't even know if, like, man, whatever. We just leave his decapitated head there and we don't check. Whatever.
Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable. But as a child raised to believe in the Kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so. The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost.
Get on your knees, why don't you?
I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face. You will be my chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Your chosen agent. I will not fail you, my lord.
So Maxima's gonna tell them that the Domans don't want peace?
My master, Lord Xenos, he will come for you.
No, I brought him down before, right?
You have prevailed, I see.
Ghost Setsu is here.
She is gone. Wherefore did the Kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
It's by Yoshi P's design. To make Ghost Setsu suffer.
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster. But I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Lord Hien!
Maxima!
Maxima, is it not? I assumed you long fled.
I entertain thoughts of escape even now. But our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here. But it seemed to me there was more to the tale.
Xenos was behind this plot.
I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
How can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo.
And you guys buried the body or whatever, or... What? You guys were too busy doing your little chants. You just let some Garlean just pick up his remaining pieces and run away.
I saw his body with my own eyes.
No, you did not.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
By who? Who?
I have no doubt you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? That an impostor has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court? The idea is inconceivable, absurd. But worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
There's an imposter among us.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late ambassador's second in command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Maxima!
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pilus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Pilus? Maxima Pilus?
Might I accompany you to the capital?
Nani?
Alphino, have you gone mad?
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk his life on countless occasions. Next to him, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield.
True.
But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
Old enemy? This is your moment.
Tis not for me to stop you, but I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind. Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
I shall be on my best behavior. Farewell, my friends.
Bum, 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 bum. So I still wonder how many stacks I was supposed to have of the moon and the light. Oh, for no, you impulsive fool. I thought about trying to talk him out of it, but I know what I would say if the roles were reversed. Stubbornness is something of a family trait. Rosetsu dragged himself from his sickbed, only to be greeted by the sight of Yasuo's corpse. Had not the words to confront him. Where is he? Hey, where'd he go? I knew Asahi was planning some manner of treachery, but a summoning? Think it calmly, you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yotsuya's vengeance had you not intervened. He was a pawn-eyed, but she still had a choice, and she chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. This little wonder Gosetsu departed in silence. I gather he left the same way he came, alone aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most made it to the Sekibune before the battle began in earnest. The vessel yet waits on the riverbank, for those who did not flee in time. Then I suggest we put this doleful place behind us, and make for the enclave together. 'Twould be a shame to miss the joyous reunion. Bum, 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 dum, bum, bum, bum. Just the kid. And his dad is back. Oh.
How often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
Yosh. Wow. Look at you in some Garland uniform. You bloody oaf. Oh. Mm-hmm. So I spanked that.
There you are.
He dons the blade again, huh? He's
Kosetsu, your hair.
Alice, what's wrong with bald?
My friend, what have you done?
You Giri, you too.
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord. Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
All of them?
Safe travels, Kosetsu.
A fulsome farewell makes for an enjoyable journey.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Doma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh, and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before.
What the hell?
And with that, I take my leave.
Ooh. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope. Bum, 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 bum. Ihanashi, look at you, boy. Life on the seas has made you strong. Thank the Kami you spotted the crackled plank. That ship ended up bringing my father home. And the captain said, well, let's just say I'm not a pirate anymore. I'm going to live in Doma with my father. We're free. It will be far too quiet without Kosetsu around. I wonder if we'll ever see him again. Oh, speaking of reunions, have you spoken with Ihanashi? It turns out his father was among the returning conscripts. Kosetsu relinquished his duties with a grace befitting a samurai lord. I only hope that I can fill the void which he has left behind. Ah, Kosetsu, fair journey to you, my friend. Bittersweet occasion, but there is yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray join us in the I will thank you properly. Oh. With all of that out the way, Doma should be able to look forward to a period of relative calm. As for us, well, we have an intriguing story to tell everyone back at the Rising Stones. Lord Heian trained us under Kosetsu from the day he was old enough to hold a sword. Though he smiled through all the farewells, none will feel his absence more keenly. Our brothers and sisters are returned to us. The dream of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. There's a day that will live long in memory and that will never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and her people, give you our deepest thanks. Eastern bow, Eastern bow. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you, I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. Xenos lives is a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest, yet there is little to be done but to wait for Alphanos to send word. Till then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Gozetsu by building a nation in which none need live in fear. Confess, I miss him already. The thought that he has at last found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in past tragedy, especially the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts. Then Yotsuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw not a fond tyrant, but the little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gosetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any air hardship, drove beyond the limits of endurance, without hesitation or complaint. Though Tsuyu would never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. His daughter, right? But that the kami had been so minded, even now I labor to discern any meaning in Yotsuyu's fate, to deliver her from certain death with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother. Can that truly have been their will? That I cannot tell you. The will of the kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is that for a brief moment, a girl named Asuyu lived among us, and that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. Doma owes you a great debt, my friend. Thanks to you, we have everything we need to prosper. You and Alcé must promise to visit us again soon, and Alphino too, when he returns from the Empire. Know that my thoughts go with him. However far his pilgrimage may take him, we have not seen the last of Gosetsu, that I am certain. Under the moonlight. Alcé seems ready to bid Doma farewell. I think it's time we're going, don't you? We've done all we can here. We have a lot to report, but before we head back to the Rising Stone, let's call in at Ralga's Reach. We should be the ones to tell Leeson about Xenos. After everything we went through together, we owe her that. This was a really good post-game, post-expansion. It's the best post-expansion so far. Romy Born was pretty good, but yeah, this was just really good. Let me finish this real quick. I was on necklaces, I'm keeping this. Like that. See this, try it on. Ugly. Out. This. 55. This one. There you go. I think I kept it because, yeah, this. Let me keep it for now. That down there. Try it on. Collar. Get that out. White mage. I'm supposed to be using this, but they told me to use. Wait, no. Oh. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Let's keep that. Bracelers. I would use them if you could see them, but you can't really even see bracers. Oh, what? Hold up. Let me... I haven't realized. Is this exactly 7494? No, it's not. It's a little bit more, but it's whatever. Okay. On behalf of the Shakas, thank you for your support. Yes, ma'am. Pleased to inform you that great strides for the Enclave. Bing, bang. Bing, bang. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Bing, ba, ba. Nice, nice, nice. Is this a weekly thing? I can't donate anymore? What? Wait a minute, what is this? Reclaiming items. You realize you made a donation is... After you changed areas. Why after you changed areas? If after you logged out, okay, that's fine. But after you changed areas, that shouldn't be how buybacks work. Oh, and yeah, it is a weekly budget. So that's all I can do for the week. Tuesday. So now I have to work with this many inventory slots. Whatever, I'll put it back. But I don't want to... Let me see. Where's my thing? Bracelets? Where was I? Necklace. Let me put these here. And brace sleeves. Whatever. What is this, man? Who are you? A fortune in salt. Salt, salt, get your salt. Hero of the Revolution. I heard you had a big part of the saltery's production. Salt, living in Ulda before. Never had thought I'd set pull an Alamigo again. I'll be handed a job. I got here. It's all thanks to you. Come to think of it, Whisker was mentioning if I'd spot you here in Router's Reach if I saw you. Head to the saltery. We might need to move the cranes a bit. Oh, glad you came. Greatest riding Router's Reach. Good to take a closer look at what we accomplished. You should witness the success we've helped achieve, and I promise you it won't take too much of your time. Looks better a little bit, but there's all these bricks over here. I want to fix this. Just a little advice. Can you believe it? Our partners. What is this? The Corcoran. There was one Makot last, a culinarian from Limsa, said she was who ordered a wagon full of salt, shipped back across the sea. Lord connections. Coat from Limsa. Do not recall. What is this? I didn't know there were Soblins. Cleaning things up. Salt crystals build up in the shallows of the rocks. Left to bake some in a few days. That's where any unwanted rubbish is sieved out and we end up with pure saltery salt. Brothers and sisters we return to us have taken to work with passion. Love for the home brands still burns bright. The guys go for the eyes. That seems a bit tricky, but they certainly are. I suppose compared to the rest of it, I'll give it a shot. Well, I think it is around here. It's time it's to speak with Granddad. Let's finish up here. What's going on here? Welcome, welcome. The Saltery is back in business. We've even got the daughter of an Uldan merchant house come to inspect our operations. Speaking of the last. Okay. Lilira. We have observed the method of your salt production, Master Watt, and I must say the process is quite fascinating. Lady Lilira. Yes, 'tis I, Lilira. What strange coincidence that our paths should cross in this unlikely place. Oh, you know each other then. I suppose an adventurer meets all sorts of folks trudging from one end of the realm to the other. Yes, well, Master Watt, I must compliment you on your salted fish. The dish we sampled was exquisite. Thank you, miss. The saltery was once famous not only for its salt, but also the goods we seasoned produce. We hoped we might take a reminder of the taste back to the people of Ulda. Yes, I will certainly discuss the potential for bringing such wares to markets. Partners. Whilst we are on the subject of partners, Master Watt, I understand you run the saltery with the assistance of the East Aldenard Trading Company. Are the profits of your joint venture being properly proportioned? I'm not sure I follow, miss. I believe Mr. Sleva wishes to know whether or not the East Aldar Trading Company is claiming an unfair share of the coin. Well, we had a bright young man by the name of Alphano draft us a watertight contract to avoid that sort of problem. Do you know of any reason why we should worry? Olorito, huh? Nay, my good man, no reason. Carry on as you were. Pray continue these fine efforts to report your countrymen's return and restore the glory of Alamigo. Yes, miss, I will. Nice wink. She was a bit full of herself, wasn't she? The way she spoke, you'd think she was bloody royalty. Being as your young heroes come visit, what say we gather everyone to mark the occasion? No, that's fine. I'm good. Good finish. Oh, no? Okay. Everybody? Oi, oi, oi! I don't recognize any of these guys. The battle with the Empire took its toll and left our sovereign ruins. We were left to squat in the rubble of our livelihood. But look now, our kin returned to us from Ulda, and our village is all alive again with peddlers and traders. Why are they still here? We had neither the coin nor the might to make our home until you and the Sultana took our cause as your own. For that, we are truly thankful. Yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! We rebuilt what we needed to get things running, but water talons gouged deep. Many buildings still lie broken, and it'll take time to put it all back the way it was. But you know this too. But we won't let your boon go to waste. Day by day, we'll add to this foundation you've laid, bring lasting prosperity for all of Alamigo. Alamigo! Woohoo! Alamigan salt crystal. Interesting. Production back on track. The soldiery is bustling in a way I've not seen in years. You've given us the tools to build a future for ourselves as well as for Alamigo. Oh, gotta check something real quick. Do it right here, actually. Quest. Grimy! We're being party on that. Are you doing something over here? Reverse Popoto. They've been quite quiet since their treachery in the throne room, but the Kalyana are a problem we'll solve at some point. I don't like the waterfall noise. Glad I'll say you're back. No Alphino? It's good to see you, Lise. As for my headstrong brother, he's off on what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garlemald. It's a long story, but we have evidence that Xenos might still be alive. What? But that's... if this is a joke... God, this had better be a joke. Way to say it is not. Look, I know what I saw, right? We all saw it. I didn't see it. And here you are saying he's alive and well and living the high life back in Garlemald. I know how ludicrous this sounds. I'm still having difficulty believing it myself. While I might doubt the word of an Imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust Glides. He saw the Crown Prince through the Echo in a meeting that could only have taken place in the recent past. Xenos is alive. No, it must have been, I don't know, some kind of really convincing imposter? Xenos is dead. He had a big hole, he had a great big hole in his neck. We buried him. We did? I wasn't there. I and someone went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave. Remember? What? Thou's gilded halls. Whatever are you talking about? Bankard, what brings you to the Reach? Alphino had me lending a hand at the soldering, keeping an eye on the rebuilding work and so on, just until operations were up and running. And now that they are, I thought I might look in on you before wending my way back to the headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? If so, might I suggest a quick look inside his coffin as our first order of business? As much as I hated the man, it doesn't feel right defiling his grave, but it will put this rumor to rest. I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about, we can manage it. Xenos is buried up at Bloodhowl in the Locks. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked, so as not to upset the locals. And it shouldn't be too hard to find, Nago. You're in charge until I get back. What? You'll find Xenos' grave? Yeah. Obvious. Eliminate mental errors. You done it. Okay, hold on, I need to check something else. That's too funny, man. What's this? Wow. Most of the graves are grouped together, but they managed to find this lonely spot for Xenos, didn't they? My money is on rifling snakes, possibly spiders. Let's prise it open and see what comes out. This is it, gods, he better be in there. Someone scrawled all over the stone a while ago, but I had it scrubbed off. Thought no more about it. So no one thought to check if the coffin was still occupied? Well then, we are presented with but one course of action. And we had best be sure we are not observed in the doing of it. Shall we begin? Let's go grave digging.
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
Nice thunder. Nice rain.
Well, it must be somewhere. I only hope it isn't walking around.
I'm pretty sure we should be digging down deeper, no? And who might you be? No? What? You got imposter among us. An imposter. What? That's all the voice acting was for? If there's no corpse, then are we to conclude the rumors are true? Not necessarily. We might still be dealing with a doppelganger of some kind. An agent could have been sent to dispose of the body in a big bid to lend credence to the tale of Xenos' resurrection. More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alphino's theory of Ashian possession. Speaking from experience, I can tell you they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one. You're saying an Ashian is walking around in Xenos' body? It seems a distinct possibility. Once I have put this grave back the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if a body was ever buried here. How certain we are that Xenos was properly dead. If he wasn't, that was some trick. He as good as cut his own head off. Anyway, Raban needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to me at Raga's reach. I don't know why I'm surprised. Matters settling down in Doma. We were due another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones then? It's past time we shared these developments with the others. What about them? Whoa, okay, we're back. Leonor, you're out. While I was waiting for you to arrive, wait, what? We teleport, whatever. While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Uranger over Link Pearl and gave him a full report. Estola is on their way. Could be here Ishtola and Alice. Oh boy. Alice, glad. 'Tis good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east? Who do I choose? Disturbing developments indeed. Given all that we know, I too would conclude that an Ashian now inhabits Xenos' body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but Glide? Nay, Alphino had the right of it. Would that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety, capable though he has become, he ventures alone into the enemy stronghold, shadowy web of the paragons like as not. When it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize. I'm worried. I just wish there was something I could do for him besides pray. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. What am I? Oh, that's just the throne. Damn, looks outdated. He looks like he needs a new model. Look at these polygons. We cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point? More than clear. The icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. Summoner is dead, and the right beyond repeating. Everything proceeding according to plan. Every party behaving exactly as required. You'll do well not to anger me, boy. My methods may seem extreme, but there is no cause for concern. I work only to ensure the salvation of the star. Ooh. Oh, this again. Wow, they're tying in the freaking Alliance raid. What are you doing fiddling with that thing? I asked you a question, soldier. Wait, is this the Alliance raid? I don't even know. The freaking clockwork place? Who is this? What are you? Have you lost your mind? Oh, I actually don't even know where this is. I thought it was the clockwork place. City. The clockwork city, but I don't know. I have lost many things, but my mind is yet my own. There upon the stage I stood, prepared to take my final blow, only to find that the finale was but an intermission. Who are you? Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins, embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must go on. Where is this? This is somewhere in the peaks? The fringes? Lunar cycle. Alphino will have to need to keep his wits to survive the garden mode. We know precious little about the life in the Imperial City. Okay, hold on, I'll be back. What the hell? I don't get why. I didn't expect this to take so long as it is. It's like 8 hours. And I still don't think I've gotten to Shadowbringers yet. I thought I'd be doing dungeons by now, but I guess not. Emissary of the Dawn. It's been an eventful few days, hasn't it? But I suppose all we can do now is wait for Lord of Alphanel. I don't recall the last time I had nothing pressing to be getting on with. We should probably make the most of it. Shall I put on some tea? Tea would be lovely. You may regale me with the tale of your adventures in the Far East, and of your encounter with this new primal especially. Oh, there's just the three of us, huh? Nice. I'll put the kettle on. The table looks free if you'd like to take a seat. It's pronounced Tsukuyomi, correct? A figure from the Far Eastern mythology, no doubt. Oh, this is the end. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time. Oh, I should have just... Whatever. Time to enjoy the show. Interesting. So this Tsukuyomi was summoned in much the same manner as Susanoo, via the medium of a sacred relic. That's right, they believe they're gods, or kami, side and physical objects. Given the danger they represent, it may behoove us to begin a catalog of such relics, but if we are to contain the threats, we will require a better understanding of the summoning method itself. I believe I shall pay a visit to Doma and learn what I can on the subject. A fine idea, and I know for a fact that our friends in Doma would be grateful for any information which could help to prevent further summoning in the region. I will pen you a letter of introduction. Lord Hien will wish to welcome our resident expert on aetherology. Greetings, could it be that I'm in time for tea? It certainly looks that way. Come on, sit down and tell us how your investigations went. After you left, I went about questioning Bloodhouse gravekeepers. They all told too much of the same story. Once Lise and her officers had confirmed Zeno's dead, his corpse was interred under strict supervision. There seems little reason to doubt their testimony on that point, but when I mentioned the defacement of Zenos' grave, account proved rather vague. Huh. None reported having seen any suspicious persons in the vicinity, and all assumed the act to have been perpetrated by a vengeful Alamegan. Crucially, however, I was able to confirm that when the offending scrawl was removed, as per Lisa's instruction, no one involved thought to check the contents of the coffin. At that stage, 'tis like the fact the corpse was already missing. Assuming Xenos has not, in fact, risen from the dead, we are left with two possibilities. Either the body was disposed of to lend credence to the claims of an extremely committed imposter, or an Ashian has taken up residence within it. If Asahi was as fervent a devotee as you believe, he would not have been fooled by an impersonation, however committed. We must assume that we are dealing with an Ashian, and proceed accordingly. Agreed. The question is, how many more such monsters are waiting for Alphino and Garlemald? Their presence was his chief reason for going. He understood the risks. I only hope he did not underestimate the extent of the infestation. Oh no, brother. Brother. Meanwhile, on the Imperial Hypersonic Assault Craft L... what is that? 105? XX5. X15? That's 25 actually. What am I saying? Maxima. Master Alphino. We are making good speed towards our destination. Not a miss. Nay, 'tis just I can see naught from my cabin. Was curious to know the land over which we flew. I'm afraid our military craft are built with little thought for such niceties. I am happy to indulge your curiosity, however. We are presently passing over the burn on the western edge of Othard. Even with the benefit of a porthole, your gaze would have been greeted with naught but moms upon moms of lifeless earth. I have read something of the burn. It was described as a desolate wasteland, bled dry of every last drop of ether. It is believed that a succession of icon summonings was responsible. When Emperor's souls first came to Othard and beheld this blight, he is said to have reeled at the scale of the devastation. He declared icons a threat to our very star's existence, and issued an empire-wide decree ordering the eradication of all such entities. Icons created the burn, which made the Emperor sad. And he said, all icons must die. Got you. Goo got you. Report. We're under attack, sir. Magitech armor. No visible designation. Magitech? But who? Oh! All cannons, return fire. Damage report. The main reactor's been hit. Helm unresponsive. We're going down, sir. Damn it. They knew exactly where to hit us. All hands, brace for impact. This the end of the tale of Alphino? Glad to have you back, myself. We have landed in one piece, more or less. But the air infiltration system is damaged and the ship is filling with smoke. We must gather the survivors and get out while we still can. I'm glad I didn't go. Whoa, what's going on here? What if I hit leave? Why are we singing it up? What the hell's going on? In the coming battle, you will fight as Alphino. What in the world? Role-playing? Experience what it is to be someone else. That's Alpha. Might I search? What is this? Ruin? Restore. Deals. Storm. You got an AoE and a single attack. When I ask you to search for survivors, I will see to your injured helmsman. And Alpha. I can't dance? Unavailable at this time. They know I want to check everything. What can I do? Nothing's available. Can't do that, can't do this. Okay. What can I do? Why am I playing Alpha now? Give me Alice. Why is he... Ugh. What the hell's going on? What? Carbuncle attack. Is there a pet bar I'm supposed to have? Alright, I need to figure... No, this is the pet. I don't know. But he doesn't have this. That's my bar. What's going on? Oh, I didn't even see him. My thanks. I don't think I would have made it. Yes, he very likely saved his life. The question of who would remain. Put these last few out of their misery. The prince wishes none left alive. The prince! They're not come to parley, I fear. Ready your weapons. Nice damage off of that. I'm buying. What is this circle? We just stay here. Goo got you. Ugh. How they know where we would be? They have scanners? Confound it, not here, not like this. Nani? And who might you be? What the hell? Who in the Emperor's name? Enemies of our enemies. Introductions can wait. We are come in a crisis, Master Elfino. Let us finish this then. Menacing mercenary. Is this the good introduction to a gunbreaker? Storied Mage, Storied Lancer. The hell? He did more damage than me. The Emperor, the man is a king. Cross formation deployed. Child's trick. What am I supposed to do here? I do no damage. Also, I'll focus on my skills. All we need to do is take out one, and he'll be good. Oh, it's time to limit break. Stop! I didn't even notice. My thanks, your intervention proved most timely. A Garlean. A Garlean. An Elazin. Well, I did not think to meet an Eorzean in this place, let alone a Scion. You know of the Scions? I have some small history with your order. This guy from 1.0. But I would speak of the present. Know your assailants and the severity of your predicament. The soldiers before the insignia of the Emperor's personal guard. And I could venture a guess as to their motive, but you yet have us at a disadvantage, sir. Will you not tell us who you are? Our names are not yours for the asking, and as for our purpose, let this be our answer. An Ashen mask! The face of our prey. We must away before more arrive. Come with us or stay. Make your choice now. Even should we manage the long trek out of the burn and secure passage to the capital, we would no doubt be greeted by the Emperor's guard. Indeed, we accept your gracious offer. Shadow Hunter will suffice for the present. So edgy. Come. Shadow Hunter. Whoa. What the? He's got a white mask. Or is that a white mask? I don't even know. Interesting. This is intolerable, but as much as I wished it were otherwise, there is nothing we can do for Alpha now but to pray for his success. Well, that is not entirely true. Well, while your brother journeys to Gonma from the east, I could make my way there from Alamigo and find out what there is to be learned in the Empire's western provinces. Then I'm coming with you. I can't very well sit here sipping tea if there's action to be taken. Forgive me, I'll say, but the provinces are hostile territory. Stealth is all important. Safer that I go alone. I can sneak well enough when the situation demands it. Don't patronize me. I'll go with you. And how exactly would that be any better? I must refuse your company as well, my friend. Formidable though you are, the success of my mission depends on moving unnoticed, and lest you forget, you have grown rather famous. I trust you understand. I'm a ninja. Fine, just promise you be careful. Asa and her brother bicker as siblings do, but she worries for him nonetheless. 'Twould be all kindness if you were to visit from time to time, distract her from her cares. Well, I had best put on my skulking boots. There will be no more room for mistakes once I've crossed the border from Alamigo. It seems that praying is to be the extent of my contribution after all. I will stay behind, as I have been bid. We all have our talents. Mine just happened to involve a silver tongue and soft souls. I promise to send word the moment I learn aught of consequence. See that you notify me too. I mean to depart for Doma as soon as I find a suitable East Aldenard vessel to bear me thither, but I shall return if I am needed. Be sure to drop in whenever you're next in the area, Glide. With any luck, I'll have a painfully detailed report from Alpha Note Chair. I ponder. You have learned the emote Ponder. Okay, I have no clue. Was that the end of... When does it end? I need to end it. sisterly act. Alice is impatiently fussing with her link barrel. Oh, Glide, if you've come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything is exactly as it was. Yustola is still investigating Primal, and the far east Tancred is still gathering intelligence in the Imperial provinces, and Alphino is still out there somewhere. There has been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls. All the while, I'm just meant to sit around here waiting. It's driving me mad. Begging your pardons, I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance. Thank the gods for that. We have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it. My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of the Ashian interference. They humbly request the presence of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Having assessed intelligence provided by the Alamegan resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect Ashian involvement, wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities on our foe, your orders, counsel, would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls to us, by which I mean I'm not going on my own. Come with me, I trust. Of course I will. There you have it, we accept the invitation. Thank you. Time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course, but confirm that the council will take place in Alamigo. By your leave. Somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting would still be better than the nothing I've been doing of the late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we? Tancred, what's going on, man? Rio! Alright, just be careful on the road back, you hear? Did I hear right, Rio? Is Tancred coming back? Aye, that he is. He says he's acquired some important intelligence. Being in Garlean territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in case the Imperials were listening in, so he has said he'd be back as quick as he could, and to make sure someone was waiting for him, Alamigan Quarter. As I said, Glide and I will go. We're bound to Alamigo anyway, and there's sure to be time before the council begins. Come on, let's be off. Ori, Boulder, stop eavesdropping. Where am I? Where am I? Tancred wasn't in any danger from all I could tell, but he did sound as if he'd been in a foot race with Chocobo. Whatever it is he's learned, he's in a hurry to share it. You'd best be on your way. I want to check. Something right quick. Let me check something right quick. Something right quick. Well, this is how I would check. Because there's no thing. The greatest mages ever to walk this land. That's right. There's no doubt your talent for espionage, but the journey is long and the fortress heavily guarded. You did well to make it back in one piece. And to our sorrowful surprise, now all I need is water for my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Traipsing through Imperial territories, thirsty work. The old Final Fantasy would have had made us go get a drink for him and give it to him.
God, I needed that.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well. The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance.
Dalmascans. Good thing I did the alliance raid.
But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamigan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
And who did they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Yes. An Ascian wears his skin. But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital. Words were all I could make out. The burn.
The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Othard. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
At once?
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
I'll leave the two of you to your task and see to my own. But what about the meeting? Loath though I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alphino's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Hien a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may well be able to advise us on how best to reach the burn. Sound plan, and Y'shtola is in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'd join you in your search, if you ask her nicely. While you see to all that, I shall go and report my findings to the Alliance, and may leave any preparations for the Council to me. Hey, thank you, Thancred. Right to Doma then. We have much and more to share with Y'shtola. As much as I would like to visit Doma, it will have to wait. Toll speed, you on your way. Oh, and give my regards to Y'shtola. Come on. It's just so weird that the freaking Doma Enclave isn't on the map. Like, why can't they add it to the map? I don't know. That's weird. That is curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at the present, I shall bear what you have told me in mind. Did you notice any change? Do not hesitate to seek me out. We're going home. Do 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 do. Thank you, my lady. You are most kind. Hey, watch it. Don't get too close. Well, well, two faces from the dim and distant past. Come now, it hasn't been that long. Who was that you were speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much as a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of ether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now, he brought me one of his recent finds. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy and eerily reminiscent of the despected crystals that manifested in Eorzea in the days prior to the calamity. We would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Indeed, but on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. What can I say? More an interest in than a liking to, I think. The sight of a coat with a peculiar contraption upon her head has a certain novelty value in these parts. Actual regard they may have for me, they owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been exceedingly cooperative. I am... What does she mean? A contraption upon her head? What, her ears? And I am pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigation. I simply put, by focusing one's will upon an ether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. The fact that they are objects of worship is the key. They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief. Correct. Such sacred relics as the Kojin collect obviate and aid for the religious fervor, the summoner. With Tsuyu being the most obvious example, he had to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi and with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished through the power of the crystals, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukiyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventative measures, which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present I know not what that will avail us, save to keep watch over the movement of relics and crystals, as if we did not have enough to keep watch over already. But I doubt you came all this way to hear that which may be perused in a report. Something happened to Alphino. We think so. I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Stola. I should be glad to your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go on ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Alcé puts on a brave face, but she has little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Pike Cannon. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? My report can wait. Finding Alphino must take priority. There you are. I have a prior scene of the situation. I should not have allowed Master Alphino to leave without an escort, but it avails us not to dwell on the past. We must focus on what can be done now. Greetings, my friend. Alcé has explained all to me. Needless to say, we shall have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alphino's trail does not lead to the burn of all places. Feel burn.